Hello everybody, how are you doing tonight? Here, back for another stream. I didn't know what I was gonna stream until like 10 minutes ago, which is one of the reasons why I started slightly late. I was just like choosing what to do. But then I realized I had a great idea for the next part of the Fractal series the other day, so I figured let's do that. Welcome folks. Okay, who's here? Anachronism, RGV, Demon Lix, welcome. Good day. Yonai, Creeper, hey, Tinerfeño, welcome. And Sora, time to lurk? Sounds good, Sora. We have a good lurk. Okay, so, the Fractal series. Some of y'all may be wondering what the Fractal series is, because you might have joined after I posted the last part, since I'm fairly slow. So, let me just post the link to the Fractal series in the chat, if you guys want to like look at it yourselves. It's a fair bit shorter than the Megalomorpha series, because it's like way more image driven. We'll do a little, I'm waiting for people to jump into the stream before I do it, so that I don't have to do it twice in a row. So in a minute, once we've explained today's stream, etc., we'll do a little review of the Fractal series so far. We'll just read through it. There's not a lot to read through, it's mostly images. So we'll just be looking at the images and discussing what to do next. But yeah, you do have a link in chat though, if you want to like catch up yourself, if you missed any of the previous parts. If you haven't seen this one, and that's the last part I posted when? That was a couple months ago, or a month and a half ago, or something like that. Yeah, really enjoyed making this one with the Fractal Eye. Hey, Will Milky. So today I finally posted the last part of Megalomorpha. Not the last part, the latest part. I mean, the one with the mosquito, and I've been loving seeing the reactions. It seems like people really enjoyed it. If you missed it, let me show you, because there's some stuff that you didn't see on stream, because I did on my own after the stream, just like some small auxiliary stuff, but that does add a bit of like extra context. So let me show you. Where's the browser? Here. Okay, just go to Twitter, go to my profile. If you go to my last link, those are the links I post for the stream announcements. I delete them after, so they're like very safe to share. They won't clog up your timeline. Yeah, here it is. The last surviving, and the text, I guess, yeah, the text I also did like on my own after the stream. So that's another thing you guys didn't see. The funky color juice. We'll see more of the color juice, you'll see. Okay, so this is the lore I came up with. It's the same stuff we had been talking about in chat, but it's like more formalized. Dear Schoolboy, thank you for the follow. Also, Solo. So, as we give some people some time to jump into the stream, we'll take a look at this in case anyone missed it and read through the text. Okay. So here we go, the family picture. You've seen this one a million times if you've been following the last few streams. The last surviving photographs from the secretive De La Cruz family, Mexico 1910s to 20s. The following documents were smuggled out by Adrián de la Cruz, a disowned relative. According to him, the thing in the photo is who the family called Tío Alfredo, which translates to Uncle Alfredo. The De La Cruz were local landowners. They lived in an isolated estate in Morelos for generations, surrounded by croplands and pastures. They were rarely seen outside, leading locals to circulate many rumors about the family and their sickly disposition. Here, I found a really nice picture, and actually, I had lost that picture. I didn't know where it was, and then suddenly I found it again. I was like, okay, this one, I gotta use it. So it's, you know, fancy estate that you could have found in Mexico at the time. with like the attic where the mosquito lives here as well, and there are a few people in the balcony looking at us. I deliberately obscure their faces a little bit to make them a bit creepier. In any case, then we were introduced to our main character, the one who, you know, leaks these documents. Our main actor here. Adrián de la Cruz was the only household member known to have escaped. After fighting in the revolution, this takes place around the time of the Mexican Revolution, for those not aware of the timeline. After fighting in the revolution, he chose not to come back and left to Mexico City, where he studied chemistry and met his wife Cristina. The pictures were retrieved by him, sent with the following letter. Cristina, I am sorry for leaving without a word. I came back to my family home. Something was left undone. You will not believe this, so I put some photos in this envelope. This thing, Tío Alfredo, it has always been there in the attic. I gave it my blood. We all did. Here we got the second picture I did for Tío Alfredo. It's backwards. I mean, it's normal, but Alfredo's backwards. I don't know how long it has been with us, since the time of my great-grandfathers, or more. And for this long, everyone has been convinced it is part of the family. Maybe it used to be. But none of that matters. I need to break this cycle and save them from this torture. And here I made this one out of stream as well. It was a last-minute idea, quite literally. I figured this one was just some text, or it was a tweet. I was just text, and I was like, okay, what kind of image can I find? And then this came to mind, a little altar that looks like it is in a little corner of this home. And in the picture frame, there was a picture of Virgin Mary, I think, something like that. I changed that for a picture of an old 16th century codex called the, is it Florentine Codex? No, I forget the name of the codex. Anyway, it's a very well-known codex from the time of the Spanish conquest that tries to catalog all the traditions and culture of the people from modern-day Mexico. So I took a few of these pictures because I just came across it. I came across this picture of a guy with. Hold on, let me show you. That might actually. Where is this? Here. I came across this image, and first I found it a bit funny. I like how he's just saying hi to the little bug, but then I was like, okay, we can actually make it hi to like pre-Hispanic times. So I took that image and a couple others from the same codex that represented insects and spiders. I mashed them together and made this big bug thing that's just like touching its leg with a human. So, just a little bit of extra context that gives it a whole other temporal dimension. Like the protagonist is talking about the bug has been there since the time of my great-grandfathers, and this picture says like, yeah, it's been there for way longer possibly, or at least there's been a relation between the megalomorpha and the humans for that long. And the letter continues. I have brought a vial of cyanide. I will drink it and go into the attic and let that beast feed on me, just like it used to do. That horrible empty sensation. If all goes well, I will then drink my antidotes and come back to you, having rid the world of this evil. Signed, Adrián. And there's a bug with little human hands. And the story just ends a bit abruptly, and it's more than abruptly, very, how do you say, ambiguously. We have not been able to find any more documentation on the incident, except for a photo dated to around the same time as the letter, taken in a cemetery near the De La Cruz estate. So we just get the A. De La Cruz. As you might have noticed, our protagonist, who just poisoned himself to try to kill the bug, is called Adrian, and the bug is called Alfredo. So we just have an initial here, so we don't know who died. We don't know which one is. You missed little human hands. Yeah, they're meant to be small detail. One of those like, ooh, shit. So it's fine. I'm fine with people missing some details, because that does give... They're non-essential, first and foremost. And second, they do give the people that find them that extra little bit of surprise, which is nice. The story being bizarre and short works, though. Yeah, of course. I try to keep the stories short, but it's very hard. It's much harder than it probably looks like to fit all the information I want to fit, all that storytelling, into the character limits. But doing it, I find, is a great exercise in synthesis and like compressing information and making the story back much tighter. If I had all the space in the world, the story would probably be meandering, it would get boring at parts. Just having the limits like this makes you much more aware of, okay, the story pacing and then what you need to tell. Just like beat by beat, you keep going. Also, hi Jesus, and hi everybody who's streaming in. I was actually waiting for people to stream in before we explain today's topic, so I was like, okay, let's check out the bug here, because if you've only been seeing the streams and all the tweets, you might have missed a few of the pictures, because I didn't make this one or this one on stream. If Adrian died, the bug also most likely died. Maybe it wasn't affected by the poison. Or maybe the bug found out about the ruse and just, you know, killed Adrian and didn't let him get away with it. Okay, many possibilities. We don't know what happened in there, but that's a point of, you know, that's a fun part of leaving it in as a little question at the end. Is the bug sentient? Could be. You should try asking it. The Alfredo need to get the gains. Looking a bit lanky there. Yeah, definitely has skipped leg day. Anyway, after all that primer, let's actually go to today's topic. This was what we did last stream, in part. This has been coming for a long time. That first picture was made, I want to say, a couple months ago. Don't recall the exact time, but anyway, today we're not working on that series. We're taking a slight break from that series. As you guys know, I like to, you know, take my time, like developing the ideas, etc., before like just jumping in. I do have an idea for the next one, though, before we move on to today's topic. It's an idea that came at the same time as the mosquito is doing a fly. And as with flies, they love to eat dead things. So instead of being a bloodsucker like the mosquito was supposed to be a flea at first, by the way. It just turned into a mosquito because I think mosquitoes look cooler. Sorry for fleas. Anyway, the next idea I have, we'll see how to realize it, right? It's the seed of an idea that I'm gonna nurture to grow. It's to do a fly and tie it to a community and their burial rites. So this community somewhere in the world, I was thinking maybe like India or somewhere in Asia, because we haven't really covered that area of the world. So possibly India, I don't know, we'll see. They bury their dead, kind of like was done, and it's still done in some parts of the Middle East and India, where they have something called Tower of Silence, where they it's like basically like enclosed but open-aired, like there's just a circle, a wall around it, but it's open to the air, and they would leave people, dead people there to be eaten by, you know, the vultures and whatever came in. Sometimes they would leave them on metal grids so that the vultures would eat like the meat, and the bones, once they were like picked clean, they would fall inside the metal grid, so the bones would be preserved but the meat would be eaten. And it's this sort of, it's this very, very ancient tradition that comes like, I think it comes from like the early Persians, where they would leave people to die like this, or not to die, the dead people to be consumed like this, as a sort of, you know, putting them back into the cycle of life. It may look disturbing, but I think there's a pretty like philosophy behind it, honestly. In any case, I was thinking like using that as a sort of like the grain of inspiration, have like some community somewhere in the world that does something similar to this, where they leave people to die in this place and to be picked clean by specifically a megalomorpha, fly megalomorpha, that maybe puts the eggs inside the people or something like that to let the larvae pick them clean. I don't know. It's just an idea. It's the seed of an idea. Stories being scary and cryptic are an inherently important subject. Yeah, it's always interesting when you leave more questions than answers. Gotta get back to work. Good luck at work, Neela. Thanks for coming. Yeah, it's like giving back to the earth. Exactly. Family movie night. Hell yeah, Maxwell. Yeah, we'll probably be on later, so we'll see. Hope I see you later. It's a pulsing, writhing seed of an idea. Exactly. But for now, it's just that. But enough megalomorpha. Let's go to today's actual topic, the Fractal series. I've left a link in the chat. You can see it right there. Fractal is kind of like my second main series after Megalomorpha. It didn't start with the intention of being a series. It just started with these two pictures. It began in November 2020 based on a prompt from Erevember. The prompt was Mandelbrot's leak. So I did this. This ship capsizes in the ocean and something leaks out of it. And a few months later, you start seeing the first effects, which is like weird fish caught in the area. It just started as this one-off thing. And then I decided, let's continue it. Let's keep it going. Hey, Kobo. Gives Taste the Rainbow a whole new meaning. So, it started like that. That was the pulsing, writhing seed of the idea. Just reading through the text so you guys get the full context, because there's not a lot of text in this series, as you can see. It's just a couple lines per like 2 or 3 images. July 23rd, 2006. This happens, of course, in a parallel timeline where it diverges in 2006. When the MV Cougar Ace transport ship capsized, an unidentified liquid leaked into the water. It formed a perfect Mandelbrot's fractal pattern. In the following months, strange fish were reported in the area. It kind of just starts like this. Yeah, we got fractals today, honeybee. Fractals and the Growing Pupil are my favorite of yours, thank you. And Io, I'm just gonna call you Io, because that's the best way of pronouncing it, I think. Thank you for the follow. So, then we continue. September 2006. Hurricane Julia approaches the US East Coast. Its strange fractal patterns and iridescence can't be explained by meteorologists. Organisms put in contact with it would begin developing odd symptoms in the following days. So we got this spill into the water. The spill, what we jokingly call the fractal juice that is spreading this whole thing. It's like this weird oily substance, and one of its properties is it keeps spreading and spreading and spreading. It's like self-multiplying in a way. It always spreads in that fractal pattern, and anything it comes in contact with, it'll kind of stretch into that fractal pattern and stretch it with it, if that makes sense. Including, like, you know, especially like things that grow naturally that can be pulled in that way, such as living things. My toxic trait is that I'd have to be physically restrained to prevent me from drinking the fractal juice. The forbidden juice. Quench the thirst. Okay, you have a good night. Thanks for coming. Okay, so we have Hurricane Julia. Of course, it is named after the Julia set. Julia was one of the first mathematicians that discovered, quote unquote, discovered fractals, although the name fractal wouldn't be coined until many years later. So this is actually a Julia set. The one that conforms the clouds here is a Julia set. So we got the hurricane, kind of its aftermath, and the first symptoms, just a butterfly with the beginning of a fractalized wing. And then we continue to the next part. This one is about fractals and how they start affecting nature before we get to humans. Also, Pentagrin, Tethered Phoenix, and Spurs. Thank you for the follows. Just gonna cannonball into a pool of fractal. Okay, as the fractal spreads through the atmosphere, its effects first start to be seen in nature, from plants to flocks of birds. The patterns would infect anything they touched, changing their growth and behavior. The longer the contact, the stronger the effect. Nothing was safe, so we're escalating the situation slowly. We got a fractal flower, one of my personal favorites, because I just think it's pretty. We got the fractal flock of birds, which we'll see a parallel to later, so remember this one. And we got the fractal spider, so that's to say that fractal doesn't only change the shape of things, it also changes the behavior of animals, which again, foreshadowing. So we have a spider creating I don't recall the name of this fractal, one of the simpler ones, but it was the one that you could do on this two-dimensional grid. And the spider itself is fractalized. If you check, it has limbs that grow into limbs that grow into limbs, and so on. Also, this is completely a tangent and not related to fractal juice at all. Don't worry, I'm drinking water, but I got a not only bigger bottle, but a bottle that doesn't screech when I close it like the other one. I actually got the other one here as well as an emergency one, but let's see, I'm upgrading my streamer setup. Anyway, I got the fractalized spider and we move on to the next part. The flower is so beautiful, thank you. Ready for the heebie-jeebies. And of course, don't forget to hydrate. Okay, so we finally get to humans, though only tangentially. December 2006. The first signs of fractal infection appear in humans. And remember, this is like, it started in July 2006. So we're following the timeline. This is not a quick thing. It's a developing situation that takes months to years. Like the fractal slowly taking over, you know? December 2006, the first signs of fractal infection appear in humans. Strains of Rothia dentocariosa, a bacteria otherwise normal in the mouth microbiome, start growing in strange patterns. The rapid spread would prove hard to control with antibiotics. So we can see the fractal shaped growth of this bacteria. And finally, we get to humans themselves, the first signs of fractalization. Fractal syndrome is defined as a new entity by the World Health Organization in 2007. First symptoms appear in growth areas such as the skin, nails, and intestinal lining. We don't see that part, the intestinal lining. That might be gross. It slowly spreads to the iris, teeth, and eventually limbs. Transmission occurs through unknown mechanisms. No treatment exists. So, we got the fractal eye or the fractal pupil. We'll later see the full fractal eye. And the thing about the fractal infection is that I kind of want it to be different in each person. It's not this single thing that will turn everybody into the same. Like, some people might start growing extra limbs, some people will start growing extra eyes. It'll depend like where they come in contact with the fractal juice first, and that'll kind of set up the pattern of what parts of their body fractalize. So that's what we do. We see two different eyes and they fractalize in different ways. That's just to show that, you know, it could be anything. Eye things make me so uncomfortable, but in a good way. I'm glad. Morb, thank you for the follow. Okay, we got the fractal teeth, which is just like teeth between the teeth, 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 and so on. And we got the fractal nails, which are just like gross nails that spread in weird ways. And now we get, you guys remember the foreshadowing I set up before? Yep, fractal syndrome eventually takes hold in the brain, creating strange behaviors. Though the changes are unconscious at first, they are visible when crowds simultaneously form into self-repeating patterns. Children start showing fractal conducts earlier than adults. So we first see the fractalized brain itself. We can see it just keeps folding and folding and folding into itself in a sort of lightning pattern, which is another type of fractal. Imagine the seizures this would cause. Possibly, yeah. And then we see that sort of spontaneous crowd behavior. I took the original picture here is a crowd below the Eiffel Tower, taken from the first floor of the Eiffel Tower itself. So this was a hell edit. This one took, I think I did this one on stream, like straight up, beginning to end. And it was like a 7.5 hour stream or something like that. It was intense. But I did it because each one of these people has had to be edited in individually to create this pattern. And if you remember the foreshadowing from before, the birds are making the same pattern. So, organizing fractal behaviors was a fun edit, but yeah, bit of a hell one. And then we got the fractal hopscotch, which is to show that the children that are affected by it start showing conducts earlier. And finally, we get to the current latest part of the fractal series, which is about religion. A religion forms around fractals. Check the timing here, by the way. The fractal syndrome starts affecting people, like first signs of fractal infection, 2006. Infection by other fractalized things, right? That is just a few months after the hurricane, after the fractal starts spreading into the land. Fractal syndrome, detected in 2007. This one doesn't really we're just going through the timeline. There's no timing in the behavioral thing. But we are now in 2009. It's been 2 years since the fractal syndrome has been first detected. The fractal communion is established as a major religion in 2009, as their numbers explode in the millions. Congregants voluntarily expose themselves to Hausdorff D2.5, I'll explain that in a second, the substance causing fractal syndrome. They see it as an elixir, capable of miracles, such as curing blindness. So the sequence of images is related to that. The first thing we see is the fractal cathedral, It's based on a really, really pretty like modern cathedral church. I think it's in somewhere in Germany, if I recall correctly. And we just 3D rendered this cool fractal that felt like a little bit religious, like kind of like one of those stained glasses. And we put it in the middle there, just held up to the ceiling, and people just looking up at it and singing. And then we get a person voluntarily exposing themselves to the fractal juice. So this is the fractal juice, our first up-close view of it. The fractal juice technical term is Hausdorff D2.5. So Hausdorff is another influential mathematician in the field of fractals. And D2.5 refers to the number of dimensions. So fractals, one of their funny things is that they're, instead of being two-dimensional or three-dimensional, they are or one-dimensional, right? They're somewhere in between. They have decimal points in the number of dimensions, and you can calculate that, and that's the Hausdorff dimension. So that essentially the substance name is just referring to the number of dimensions. So the fractal juice itself, it operates so weirdly because it's not in 3 dimensions. It's just like it kind of operates on a different number of dimensions, a decimal number of dimensions compared to us. So that's the quote-unquote magic behind the fractal. So that's where the name came from. And also it's also I try to add little references to real world, like fractals and mathematicians and that kind of thing. It's very interesting. So yeah, the fractal juice is just some oil that I then modified to make it look clear. And then I added a bunch of fractals inside that kind of look oily. I used oil patterns, kind of like soap bubbles, and made them into fractal shapes, just interlock them together. So if you look at it closely, it's all like weird spiky edges inside. It's kind of like fractal clumps floating in oil. So a person voluntarily exposes themselves to the fractal juice. They have like some big cataracts, so they're going blind. And thankfully, they're not blind anymore. This is the main eye, the one that's blind, this one that can't see shit. And it's full of fractal juice, as you can see. It's still like kind of spreading and developing on it. And from that main eye, we got eyes that grow and more and more and more. So it just kind of spreads in this tree pattern. So that is how fractalization works. Thank you for the follow, Candy Hunt. Fractalized. Yeah, paralyzed from the waist down, just grow more legs. That was one of the ideas I had initially for this edit. Instead of being a person curing their blindness with that, I was thinking of an amputee growing like little limbs, like baby limbs. We ended up going with the eye. I think it was the right decision. It's a much more shocking image, or at least more interesting to look at, the fractalized eye. So yeah, we had a lot of fun making it too. But this person cured their blindness. So you can imagine, in a world that this kind of miracle substance appears, you can imagine how some people would flock to it. Kind of like this is like those like fake miracle waters from specific fountains where like a miracle happened. People go there because they're desperate and they want to cure whatever disease they have. Imagine if that was real. Imagine if there was an actual substance you can put in an eye and cure blindness. Sure, you'll grow extra eyes. Sure, it's kind of gross, but honestly, like, that seems pretty miraculous to me. So that was the how kind of the thought process behind, okay, let's make a fractal religion. The fractal eyes, the fractal eye drops. Yeah, they would feel oily. Yes, also there's, as you can see, a growing purple color throughout the series. It starts not very purple, it actually starts a bit yellow-green. And as the series goes on, it goes into the pinks, into the blues. There's a little bit of orange here, but we can see some shades of purple as well. And as the series goes on, it just gets more and more purple until the last part. This is like very, very purple and blue. So it's kind of like as if the series itself, if you look at it in order, is iridescent colors. It makes an iridescent pattern. So we're just kind of cycling through colors. Maybe we'll go a bit, we'll keep going in the color wheel and do something that's maybe purple and I don't know, maybe a warmer color. We'll see. We'll see what fits our image better. Purple is just a stylistic choice, not really one that has a scientific explanation behind it. I just think it looks neat. Can I just have the fractal juice in like a jar on my desk and just swirl it? I mean, you can... Are you sure you won't be exposed to it though? I would be scared of that. Yeah, purple is not a color you really see in nature. So yeah, I'm glad I went for that color pattern because it looks good. In any case, that's we've reviewed the whole Fractal series so far, and now here's the future, what we're looking at. This current part of the Fractal series, I want it to be... Okay, so the last one was people voluntarily subjecting themselves to the fractal, voluntarily like drinking the fractal juice, quote unquote, because it has miraculous properties, and it kind of develops into this religious movement. And the religious movement is also tied to how the fractal changes your behavior. Like people... the fractal juice doesn't only like make you grow new eyes, it's actively changing your brain in a way that, imagine how that would feel if your brain like literally opens up, starts becoming wrinklier. It's essentially like increasing its capacity exponentially. What that would probably feel like is like some sort of enlightenment, like you just opened up your mind. So that combined with seeing fractals and attributing that to the fractal juice that you consumed, it would quickly develop into people building a religion around fractals, right? I think that's like a fairly natural development. But then in the next part, what we're gonna see is people spreading the fractal by force. The thought was like eco-terrorists. Eco-terrorists that believe that humans have destroyed nature, made the world go to shit, and fractals are nature taking vengeance on humans. So we should just like subject ourselves to it, and everyone should become fractalized and kind of become one with nature. It's a sort of like warped perspective. So what these people will do it's going to be like spreading the fractal juice, like putting it in the water supply, that kind of thing. Like everyone gets fractalized, and this is like we're seeing that apocalypse direction. We're seeing that this is the gear turning, and this is like the next step in that kind of cycle that would lead eventually to apocalypse, because that's where the series is going, if you hadn't guessed it already. The series is heading to apocalypse, full on fractal apocalypse. So we're trying to like wrap it up to that. You can't just suddenly say, the apocalypse happened, boom, bye, series ended. No, you kind of have to ramp up to it. So that's the part I wanted to do next. People just spreading it by force. spreading it to innocent people that maybe didn't want to be fractalized. Yeah, we could also shift to more blue hues in the middle. Also, I'm catching up with chat. Could you overdose on that and get too wrinkly? And then go mad? Eventually it'll get to that, right? The fractalization is not an immediate process. It would take, depending on the level of fractalization you want to reach, it would take possibly years. So humans are not just like drinking the fractal juice and then dropping dead. They'll eventually drop dead. When they get too fractalized for their bodies to function. At that point that will happen, right? But we are still in that midpoint where it spreads slow enough and the effects are slow enough that somebody has, like a person would have time to spread it to others and convince others to get it, to drink the juice before kicking the bucket. My brain is wrinkling. Will the planet itself distort into a fractal? I considered it, but that might be, I don't know. I think the series itself should end on a note like that. Maybe not the planet itself fractalizing, but something like a big landscape or something. Like it's yeah, something where we see the whole world, not really the entire world, but we can see a wide view of what's happening after focusing on the little details all the time. Because this series, as opposed to most of my stuff, it's not found footage. We're taking an omniscient view of this world, so we don't have to set ourselves as a witness taking a photo in this moment in a realistic way. No, we can zoom into a little thing. We can take a close-up of a specific point. We can zoom out and see the whole world. We're just like floating as this omniscient observer, and we're seeing the world go to shit. We're not an actor in it. Noda is blindfolded. Digital fractal distortion images will be a thing towards the end. That might be interesting, but we do have that omniscient view. We're not looking at the world through a digital camera. We're looking at the world through a magical floating non-existent camera. So maybe that would be going too much into the found footage direction. Although at some point, maybe whenever I'm done with this series, if I do want to do some more stuff set in the fractal world, set during this timeline somewhere, it might be fun to do a more found footage take on it from like a single person, like after seeing how the whole world goes to shit in this way, we suddenly get like one little story within it. That might be fun. What eyesight through a fractalized eye would look like? I imagine there would be like distortions. The edges of things would start fractalizing a little bit. We're in Minecraft creative mode. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. We're looking at through the world as if we were aliens looking at humanity's stupidity, basically. I can see how the fractals would be able to target vulnerable people, because if someone told me if you put eye drops in your eye and you could finally see again, yeah, you'd 100% do it. That was my thought as well. Like the fractal, like some people would embrace it. I was actually gonna skip directly from the last part of the fractal behaviors directly to the terrorists spreading the fractal, but at some point, yeah, I had that thought exactly. Like, what if some people saw the fractal as beneficial? What if some people like voluntarily submitted to it, and that eventually developed into the religion part of the story? To be honest, we could, instead of making these into eco-terrorists, we could make it into a subsection of this religion, since we have already set it up. That might save us from having to set up another faction in this world. Maybe this is like an extremist subsect of this religion, just like, oh, we're gonna spread the good word of the fractal to everyone. We're gonna like save the world. We're gonna make everyone enlightened like us. That might be a more interesting take than the eco terrorists, the religious extremist vibes. We can think about it as the stream goes. The idea I had, okay, I wanted to use this part to tease the concept of the fully fractalized human. Like, not fully, maybe not like at the most extreme point, but I would like to tease what that might look like. Because we've only been seeing details. If you've been checking, like, we've either seen very, like, entire people in the crowd. For example, if you look at the individual people, they're not fully fractalized. They're like at the first stages. But we have yet to see things like that spider, which had limbs growing from its limbs, that sort of branching tree-like structure. I think we should do that to humans, but I feel like at the point where we do see the actual fully fractalized humans, we haven't spoiled, but we've reached one of the most interesting parts of the series, and it's kind of like downhill from there, I believe. So instead of showing the fully fractalized human, we're going to show a reflection of it. We're going to show a silhouette in the water, maybe in a puddle or in a pool, something like that. Something where you have like very flat water and you can see something's reflection, but you can't really see that thing. So that would allow us to talk about people poisoning the water with the fractal juice, and contrast that with what it's actually doing to folks. Saving the world idea. Yeah, good intentions gone terribly wrong. Exactly, like these people believe they're in the right. Do you have a moment to talk about the Lord and Savior fractal juice? Would it be hard to edit it without zooming in? Perhaps. But in any case, if we do reach the goal, which I haven't talked about, by the way, we have set up a subscription goal. Whenever it's reached, the next stream we do, or the next edit we do, the one on Wednesday, if we reach it today, for example, would be without ever using the zoom tool. And I had an extra idea on top of that. We'll set that as a primary objective, and either, like, whenever we reach it, we'll start that stream. Either before it or during that stream, we'll set up like further goals where it disables tools. So maybe as we go, we'll start like losing different tools of Photoshop, getting banned from different tools. I don't know, just an idea. This water tastes like colors. I imagine it being like the Vitruvian Man diagram. Oh, that might be a fun reference to put in somewhere. Fractal Vitruvian Man. I like that. Maybe as a sort of logo? That might have been a good thing to set up in the first, like in the last edits, where we had the fractal religion and set the logo of the religion to a Vitruvian man with like extra limbs or something like that. But that ship has sailed. So maybe that could be a logo or a symbol for that, I guess, that subsect of the Fractal Communion, which is the name of that religion. A subsect of the Fractal Communion that's trying to fractalize everybody. That's interesting. I really like that. Let me get pen. There we go, or pencil. You note down Fractal Vitruvian Man. Yeah, great idea. Was the initial juice spill based on the burning ship Fractal? No, it's the Mandelbrot. The classic Mandelbrot set. I haven't included the burning shape Fractal at any point because I feel like people who know about fractals, they do know that shape, but folks that don't, that doesn't really, it feels too chaotic to be instantly recognized as a fractal, if that makes sense. I'm trying to juggle those two things, like representing cool fractals on the one hand, and on the other, like representing things that folks will know, like immediately know that are fractals. Baptism in a tub of fractal, ooh, that would be cool. Last challenge is losing Photoshop and using magazines to make the edits. Oh, that might be a fun... See, that's another note I gotta make. For another challenge, like someday, making some old school collage. Do you pronounce it like that? Collage? Anyway, where we actually use some scissors and cut around some magazines or something and make something new. Yeah, I like that. Let me note that down as well. That's why I always have a handy notebook. Old school collage challenge. Yeah, great ideas, folks. Oh, by the way, do you guys want to see what I got in real life? Look at this. Got googly eyes. I found these in the store. The problem is that they're not like stickers themselves. Like they don't have an adhesive thing behind them. So any googly eye that we add, we gotta use some good old tube, like the ones that I used to have at school. I think I should set up a challenge where I start googling things in real life, like my bottle or something, stuff that appears on the stream. Googly eyes. You redeemed googly eyes. We'll put them on when we start the stream. But I should set up a special, like an extra googly eye, instead of 2,000 points, like double that or something, where I put a googly eye in real life. Googly eye cosplay. Oh yeah, the headset, for sure. Also, I missed a few follows. Oh, quite a few actually. Did I say Candy Hunt? Well, Candy Hunt, clearly Arvo, Galvio, Kafkaesque Cone, Triptych Chick, and Synth Strings. Thank you all. Thank you all for the follows. But yeah, this is essentially a diluted version of Googly Owl. Some of Googly Owl's messengers. You've cosplayed a biblical angel before. Yo, nice. You could just stick googly eyes to it. If you could find like really big googly eyes and stick like one like huge one in the center, that would be extremely funny. But they have to be working googly eyes, because that way you move around, you shake around, and all the googly eyes go crazy. You must find it. I'm sure someone has made giant googly eyes somewhere. I'm sure those exist somewhere in the world. Caputli, thank you for the follow. No, USO stole it. God damn it. Okay. Now that we've explained what we want to do and we've chatted about the Fractal and the Fractal series and where it's going, etc., let's actually go into the browser and find our base image for today. So I think we're going to start with Unsplash, and we're going to look for puddle. You'll see why. Let's find a puddle with a nice reflection. And the idea is that it should be a picture of the puddle. So not this. Because here we would have to represent the entire fractal human and then the reflection. No, we want something where we're looking at the puddle. So for example, here, it's a beach, so is it sand? I don't know exactly, but in any case, we could have the real human be here and be this sort of silhouette, which don't really see, it's just not lit up. And here below it, we do see the actual silhouette, like entirely cut around the sky. And that gives us our glimpse at the fully fractalized human. Oh, it looks menacing to you. It is a little bit menacing, but that's good. Also, this one does have already has pretty much the color palette we want, so that's nice. Okay, so this is the vibe we want to go for. And I wouldn't use this one, but just for inspiration, here's how that fractalized human would look like. Just a silhouette. Or something like this. This is cool as well. We get just like two regular sneakers that are out of focus, and the actual focus is put here on the reflection. Of course, we would need to remove the... Oh, where is it going? Where did it go? Here. We need to remove the umbrella, etc. But we do have the shape of it, up to the legs at least, and maybe that's... the legs are regular, and the upper body is entirely fractalized, so we have like limbs growing out everywhere. So that's an interesting one for sure. Let's actually see if in the related photos there's something similar. Okay, we have something fairly similar here, but there are a lot of other things that make it harder. Similar photo here. Okay, we do seem to have a lot of these. That's exactly the vibe we want to go for too. Just hit 5,000 layers, nice. What do you do with all of those? Maybe you can name the creature. Name our fractal guy. Here's another good one. And this one would work horizontally too. We would need to flip it, but here we have one. It's black and white, wouldn't work. We would have to color it, and that doesn't seem too good. Human plus. Okay, we got 4 good ones here, so that is looking promising for sure. See if we find any others. A lot of these are turned around, so we would just flip them. Make a delicious puff pastry with layers. Humans squared. Human in 2.5 dimensions. Okay. What's the best one? I feel like whatever we do, by the way, all the parts in the Fractal series, sorry, are 3 pictures, except for the very first one, since that was that like first idea seed. That one's just 2 pictures. I might add a 3rd one at some point just to complete it. But all the other ones, I just kind of settled into this rhythm of making them into 3 pictures, just like basically 1 tweet's worth of text accompanying them. I'm trying to keep the text very short to basically make only the images tell the story, and the text only gives it context, give the images context. Taking the fractal juice so I can unlock the secret to immortality and use it only on my cat. You always waste your layers in Spanish words. Okay, what's a good Spanish word for you? Oh, a spider web is una tela de araña. Araña is spider. At least here in Spain. It might have other ways of saying it in other countries, actually. Found this pic that looks nice. Yeah, Pexels might have some good ones, actually. That one could be good. Oh, it is in French. There we go. Let's see, there might be some different ones here, though you can see some of them repeat. If I name the fractal human, would it be their proper name or more like an indication of their status as fractal person? You choose. It's your naming rights. Very important pondering. This one's nice, but oh, this is one of the classic ones where they edit the legs out. This one's too distorted, I think. Although the distortion is also nice, but you'll just make the edit like twice as hard, essentially. What are those boots? Whack. The implication I was voluntarily or forced. Revered figure or government contained event like SCP. I feel like the government would just kind of do nothing. Like it would take meaningless actions. You know, like governments do. Okay, this one's good as well. This one has nice vibes. Maybe not the best in quality though. Okay, let's download a few. See what we can do with them. This one's the only one that's horizontal, which is also fairly interesting. Hey, Sol. Good to see you. Okay, downloading all these images. This one I don't like as much, just pose in general. Keep clicking away. There we go. This one's also nice in terms of vibes. Okay, Did I download this one? It looks like it. Okay, let's go. Whoa, picked away from this. There we go. Let's pull all these into Photoshop, see what we can do with them. Let's turn the image first. Hold on. Image rotation, 90 degrees. Tree with mushrooms going around it in a fractal pattern would be cool. Yeah, but I wonder if we're past that development. Yeah, we're kind of past the point of just seeing what the fractals do in nature. As interesting as that is, because we're like heading down the road of apocalypse. Hey Sean. So I'm gonna discard this one. Although I might keep the leaves. Those are interesting. The leaves add a little bit of complexity to the simpler ones like this one. Yep, fractals indeed. Leaves on water is an aesthetic, that is true. Definitely aiming to name this individual. Gonna let the transformation dictate what direction I go with. That's fair enough. Good choice. Buildings be affected by fractals. I feel like maybe, but over the course of decades, centuries, like very slowly, it would affect living things first and foremost. Like the things that already grow naturally would be affected by fractals. Vibes are key to deciding a proper name. Very true. Also, let me add the googlies now that we do have an image. We still don't have a place for them because we still have to choose which image we pick, but they're there. They're on the image. Okay, in terms of vibes, this one's nice. This one's just the colors that I like, so I'll keep it for the colors. This one just for the leaves. So I'll keep those auxiliary ones. Keep those on top. Okay, so we have this one. This one's not as interesting. There's also the umbrella. That's a bit annoying. We would have to remove it. What about vehicles such as cars? Same thing. I think anything inert would not be super affected by the fractal, at least at first. Maybe over centuries it would, but this fractal stuff is the apocalypse for humanity, but life finds a way. Yeah, of course. It's kind of like nature taking back what's theirs. The clouds are affected first. Yep, but you know, clouds being already volatile and moving and evolving things would be affected very easily by the fractal. like anything that already moves and mutates would just be affected first. Which is why when it affects humans, it would first affect the fastest growing parts and then the others. When the aliens find our world after the apocalypse, they can explore all the cool buildings. That is true. Okay, let's see. My favorites are... I think. Let's go with this one. It just has better vibes. And there's like more stuff around the silhouette, but it's not stuff that's in the way that much. It's not like, say, this one where you have a pole like crossing the silhouette. This one you do have the trees, you have the building there, but it's not that bad. It'll help obscure the silhouette a little bit, make it slightly harder to read. That's nice. I think it's cool. Okay, so let's just decide. Let's go with this. And first thing we're going to do is add the fractal, I was going to say fractal eyes, the googly eyes that Jesus unlocked. Oh, I guess we should turn this around. It's a reflection after all. The fractal will infect the galaxy? What tells you it didn't do that already? The galaxy is fractal, as far as I know. Think about it. Nature is already fractal. Everything around us takes fractal patterns naturally. There was a very interesting lecture by Benoit Mandelbrot, the person who invented fractals, the word fractal, and of course the Mandelbrot set. He has a very interesting talk from a few years before his death, I think in TED Talk or one of these. And he talks about how fractals are a good way, or those like fractal dimensions, which I explained before, those things that are between like 2 and 3 dimensions or 1 and 2 dimensions. Fractal dimension is a really good way of distinguishing between natural things and human things, human-made things. Human-made things tend to have like very low fractal, like if you measure that the fractality of it, let's say, human-made things tend to be very low. They tend to be very simple, very like square and perfect. While natural things tend to have a much higher fractal dimensions. If you look at a landscape, if you look at mountains, they're like very complex and granular like that. So they have a higher fractal dimension. And that's interesting. Something becoming fractal, it's in a way, it's like going back to that natural way. Return to fractal. Let's say. Okay, I think I was thinking how to start this better. I'm thinking just making a little sketch of what we want to do will probably be best. So I was thinking, since we're still going for those religious vibes, we would remove the sleeves here. Like remove their real arms. We don't need those. We need real arms anyway. And don't know what to do with the clothing. It's gonna be weird, but since it's the silhouette, we can kind of get away with it. What's the program you use to make the flower fractal? That is a plugin called Practice. by Richard Rosenman. If you look up Richard Rosenman Fractus on Google, you can find that it's a free plugin that you can put into Photoshop. It can generate fractals based on images. I've used it a few times already. Mitosis is fractal behavior? Maybe. No way. Hey, Carrie. Okay, so again, going with that religious imagery, this is just a shitty sketch. We'll probably try to find real arms to use, but we could have at least the main arms be spread out, kind of like classic crucifixion pose. And then more arms appear, each of them with its own little hand. We'll see how we figure that out. I'm gonna maybe make them asymmetrical, so that each arm is going the fractals in a different way. Found it? Good. Yeah, it's slightly hard to find, but it is there if you dig. So just shittily painting a silhouette, but that'll kind of serve as a base for us to use later. We'll try and find an extended arm like that with maybe like an open palm, and have just that repeat over and over. Fractal Jesus. G-stall? I was thinking more freezes. Lord Grimos and Axel Bay, thank you guys for the follows. Welcome. Also, I did say it at the beginning of the stream, but for those that are jumping in now, remember that I just posted the last part of Megalomorpha today, so do check it out if you missed the post. It's the last post on my Twitter, my Instagram, everywhere. My next post ever. No, just the latest one in Megalomorpha. Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere, and the Megalomorpha series is still going. So I actually have the idea for the next part. Thank you, Grimos. You have a good lurk. Imagine the initial fractal contact for a person. would be a psychedelic experience. I feel like it wouldn't immediately do so, but it would at some point start, yeah, some psychedelic effect once it gets to your brain. So many arms coming out of there. Fully extended. I don't know how many I should do, but kind of going at it just based on vibes. As any good thing should, right? But yeah, how about something like this? Maybe with smaller like protrusions. We could figure out what those are later. If they're fingers or anything like that, or just tiny arms. It won't matter a ton because this is just a silhouette, so we don't have to go like super detailed with it. Like arms coming from arms, and so on. For now it's just a sketch, of course. Once we actually put in real arms, we'll figure out the specific shape of it better. Start watching 2 streams at once. Multitasking. Yeah, some of them might be just like stumps, yeah. Kind of like they're actively growing, like they didn't reach their full size yet. Yeah, when the eyes fractal off, the person's sight would be like looking through a kaleidoscope. Absolutely. It would probably be a very strange experience. Okay, let's see then. Go back to browser and let's search for arm, maybe. Just so we can maybe get an extended arm like this. That's not bad. Although maybe we can get a few. And maybe we could have a bent arm like this as well. So let's actually get a few with different hand positions. So not all the hands look the same, right? That would be strange. Like a composed eye, like flies, yeah. I like that. Let's get this for the main arm. We don't have a shoulder there. Or the shoulder shape. Maybe that could be the main branch. It's a little bit buff, but it'll do. Maybe it is a buff fractal person. Yep, those are definitely arms. Thank God we have Sean, arm expert, in chat. Okay, so that would be one arm. And thank you for the save reminder. We haven't even saved once. We're gonna save with a big arm in there. That's gonna be puddle.psd. I'm an expert since I have arms as well. That's what everyone says. have to ask you to show me your arm permits. So we're desaturating this, maybe putting it in luminosity, no, just normal. Do you have a license to bear arms? Well, I didn't know this would be the arm pun stream, but in retrospect it does make sense. Okay, let me put this layer just at low opacity so we can maybe follow the shapes, but while seeing what background we're putting them on. Imagine this person like getting a traffic stop because they have too many arms and no license for them. Learning how to use a set of fractal limbs would be full-on Bambi territory. What is this, armed communism? Out there seizing the arms of production. Yeah, we're actually listening to this person playing the piano right now. That's what you guys are hearing in the background. Mambo, thank you so much for the follow. How did I do that? Hello. Let me know if you do have a specific question that you want to know how I made it. Otherwise I can give you back the points if that was an accident. You're saying people should arm themselves. See, I knew the arm puns would be on point today. I'm not disappointed so far. Oh, Toady, thank you so much for the follow. How do you make the keyboard shortcut you use appear on screen? Oh, that is a little program called, let me find it for you, because I forgot. Yeah, it's called Karnak. It's called Karnak. I wrote it on the chat. You might have to search like Karnak keys or something like that to get the program. It's a free thing. It just like displays things that the keystrokes you press directly on screen, and you can set it so it only displays the combinations that use Control, Alt, etc. No, not for OBS. It just makes it appear like literally on your screen. So OBS will capture it if you use the screen recording. Okay, another arm. Let's see. Let's let Photoshop select it. It shouldn't have a hard time with that. It didn't. Good. So we have this. Oh, well, it did miss a little chunk here. So I stand corrected. Yeah, that should do. Progress pics in universe. I like the same person slowly getting fractalized. That might be fun, but I would want to keep the kind of the mystery of what a fully fractalized person looks like probably until towards the end of the series. Because I know people want to see it, and I'm evil, so I don't want to show it to people yet. That is how evil I am. Okay, so we have another full arm. Thankfully these arms are really easy to select. There's not a lot of science to it. I spent 240 pounds on this tattoo, and then my arm split into 3 and I ruined it. Hashtag fractalize people problems. Thank God this timeline is taking place in like 2010 or so for this part. Because imagine if it happened nowadays. You'd get like TikToks. Like tips for fractal people. Easy meals you can cook if you have 300 arms. This one has rings, and I'm not gonna remove them, mostly because I'm lazy. But then it's interesting as well. You don't want to show them being like mindless beasts. They're still people. They're still like not completely lost. They are still trying to live their lives. Yeah, they're married. You know, the marriage was in trouble after the fractalization, but eventually they got used to it. But also, like, folks, don't ask fractalized people about their sex lives. It's very uncomfortable. Like, they get that question all the time, and it's kind of offensive, to be honest. So please be nice to them. Jim from accountant is Fractal. Don't mention it. And like, don't stare into the fractal eyes. It's uncomfortable for everybody. And not flipping the puddle pick, so it's easy to place the arms. I mean, that is not a bad idea. Netflix worked on it flipped like this. I did not even think about that. There we go, just trying to get the edge of this a bit clearer. That way we don't have to worry about that. Also, I know the color is not quite there, that's fine. For now, what we can do is put it into a group and give that maybe a color layer. Just give it that reflection blue. The Dandle, thank you for the follow. Those googly eyes that drive me insane. I love them so much. Well, if you're new here, we do put a lot of googly eyes on the stream. It's one of the point rewards, and I recently got real life googly eyes. I got all of these. Look at them. I can hold on. Hold on. I'm not gonna be able to see the result of this. I need another big one. Where are you? Okay. I don't know what this looks like. Hold on. It's hard to keep them in the sockets. Can you please clip this? I can't see anything. Hi everybody. Okay, now we're falling. See, it was high time we finally got some real life googlies. I found them at the craft store. I was there just getting some supplies, and I found the googly eyes, and I was like, "Yep, I gotta get those." He's not looking. We can do anything we want. Too late now. Yes, made it to alive. Hey, I'm Horror. Welcome. It's good to see you. When you say a heartwarming sentence and they go googly eyes on you. Thank you, Chaos. Well, we'll have to figure out how much to darken this so it fits the reflection, but for now let's keep going. Yeah, I mean, if I had fractalized arms, I would honestly just cut my sleeves and and be done with it. Or just like cut holes in each sleeve for each of the main branches, I guess. That might work. Although no, how do you get the rest of the sleeve in? Nah, that wouldn't work. You would either need a sleeve, a like a mini sleeve for each branch, or just cut the sleeves. Must be. Thank you for the follow. I imagine after the fractal universe, like a lot of people start getting fractalized in this universe, there would be like whole cottage industries of people like making clothes for fractal people, making glasses for people with fractal eyes, that kind of thing. Also, don't worry about the camera going a bit wonky while I use this tool. It's a normal thing. Yeah, exactly. How are you gonna even fit all these arms up the shirt? That's the biggest concern. You probably need like very big sleeves so you can fit the entire thing through. So I mean, you'd probably be cold. Poncho life, yes, ponchos. That's a solution. Chaos, you're a genius. Assert dominance, go topless. I mean, if the weather's warm, I would consider it, honestly. Normalized blanket clothing, exactly. I mean, I'm going off sketch here. I'm just vibing with it. I'm just putting arms wherever they feel natural. This is what I call vibes-based editing. And I just made it up right now. It's a new hot trend. I noticed in the fractal eye image, some of the smaller eyes were connected to the main big one. How are they supposed to rotate? You want to know the secret? Okay. There's a fract. Oh, of course, we are flipped. Hold on. Let me rotate back into the normal position. There we go. This is fractal eye. As you say, some of them are connected through the sclera. What it looks like inside, if you just take the eyeballs, is like the main one. And these are the auxiliary ones, the smaller ones. They kind of just pop out of the main eyeball. That makes sense. And then the smaller ones and so on. But they're all connected. That would essentially make you lose the ability of turning your eyes. But on the flip side, if you're blind, now you can see, so. And also you would probably not be able to close the eyelids in most of these eyes, so yeah. You should probably start using eye drops for everything. Just every few minutes. Cast actors for fantasy movies in the Fractal universe. Does it hurt to grow an extra eyeball? Probably. The big one does have cataracts, exactly. That's the reason why they got the fractal juice in their eye. So they had a big cataract, boom, they got fractalized, they got cured of blindness. I mean, we didn't even name this creature. We got a name. It's Key to the Many. That's a dope name. Hold on, we gotta do a little... I got an idea. Give me a sec. Let me download a little thing. to turn it around because we're backwards still. Hello, my name is Key to the Many, right? Yes. Key to the Many. There it goes. Beautiful. The eye drops made of fractal juice. Probably. Hey, Pyrotechnics. It is a very good name, thanks, Hammy. Smooth handwriting. Oh man, that's my tablet handwriting. It's not the best, but my normal handwriting is nice sometimes. Depends on how much effort I put in. But if you've seen some parts of Megalomorpha, for example, where I have the literal writings, that's all written by me. Okay, I'm trying to put everything together in a way that hopefully makes sense. So let's see, let's do just a quick little test before we do the whole other arm and do all the smaller details. Just do a quick copy here and see what that looks like. If it was perfectly symmetrical. So something I might want to do, let's go in here, putting that on soft light. And then adding some white to some of the reflections in the background. Kind of cheating it a little bit, but allowing for a clearer reflection of our fractal person, of Key to the Many. Key to the Many. Also, do keep in mind that this is just the inverted view. We would be seeing it backwards, like so. I think it was cool. Obviously, we should make this asymmetrical. That's important. But what do you think so far? And oh, we do have two more arms here. That's a double one. I'm not really worrying about if they're the correct arms. In terms of left and right, because I figured it would be multiple arms, like each of them would be turned around and flipped. It would be kind of messy. Okay, let's fix up some of those edges. Leave them inside and feather. And then bring back some of the little details. little finger corners here that were cut off. Also, it depends on a couple things, but I might do an extra stream tomorrow. Depends on a couple calls that I have, but it might be a little late stream, a little surprise stream. We'll see. I mean, I guess it's not much of a surprise if I already talk about it, but let's keep it hush hush for now. Key to the many. Fun name. Also, I'm not worrying a ton about the size of each arm being the same. I feel like they would come in many different sizes, from tiny to large. Like, it's just messy in there. I've done a bit of the two types of fractalization. One of them is like following a specific mathematical formula or a well-known fractal and just trying to follow that very closely, and some I've done just like messy stuff. I feel like depending on what you want to do, or what you want to fractalize, both can work. Your fingers are just smaller arms. I bet if you look closely they are. So yeah, this one was way more vibes based, instead of trying to follow any specific formula or whatever. And I feel like with the small ones, I can probably use them a couple times. Maybe even just as little hands that grow out of the main stalk, like just a little hand. Grim Bones, thank you for the follow. I guess I should organize some of these a little bit more. Okay, yeah, that works. Big mess of arms right now, which I like. I'm gonna take this arm, called Sincerely Media or something, since it has an interesting set of fingers. What I wanted to do, or try at least, is to have the set of fingers just pop out, like so. Like just the fingers popping out of nowhere. Ooh, I like that. Yeah, that gives it a little bit of granularity, I guess. So we could do a couple of these, maybe. Maybe some of them are just like those 3 fingers. Just to make them feel a bit more complex. Let's also get this one. That's the main arm here. And let's do the little finger thing again. Okay, where could we add some fingers? I feel like here. They do have fingers just growing out of the arm, yeah. Doing a little bit of both, you know? Arms, fingers, is just a mess of things. Okay, that's quite nice. Now I think we can move on to the second arm, at least for now. And we can probably use this again. And this again, since they make a good structure for the arm. So this one will just encompass the shoulder this time. I'll remove the upper part of the arm so it doesn't feel like too symmetrical. And we'll just combine these two to be our main arm. Hey Sora, welcome back. Are the fractal arms controlled by key? Or do they all individually have a mind of their own? I feel like they would be controlled by key, but I assume it would be very messy. Because your brain is suddenly growing and developing, like the motor part of your brain that's controlling all these arms doesn't develop at the same rate or at the same time as the arms themselves. So I assume a lot of them would just be spasming or moving around or completely locked in a position, and it would like take a long time to learn how to control them. You know, like when they put robot arms on people where they can control them with their brains, it takes a lot of learning to just learn how to control this quote-unquote new limb. Your brain is not used to that, you know. It has plasticity, so it can eventually get to the point of where it's controlling it, but it takes time. So I feel like something similar would happen here. Like Twitch plays Pokemon, but with arms. Just a huge mess. Arms flying around. Okay, we have the main arm here. But I feel like since we already have it ended on this hand, here on this side, we can kind of cut it off at the wrists and find a different one. Let's say this. Oop, that is layer 2, yeah. Put that all the way in the top. They must have amazing grip, true. Nothing can escape their grasp. Plural. Ooh, oh, that looks wonky, hold on. Probably need to make it a bit smaller. Or hold on, that's a wrist there. Thankfully we're just working with silhouettes, which makes these kind of things much easier. Also we're not working with typical human proportions, which again is in our favor here. Ooh, no, that should be bigger actually. Completely miscalculated that. Can they donate armpits? I feel like you could cut armpits off, but at some point it would become more trouble than it's worth. And thank you for the save reminder. What them hands do. They're just T-posing in the puddle. Maybe that's the only comfortable position for them, because they got so many arms that they can't really fold them down, especially if they keep spasming and doing weird things. Okay, let's start with the smallest arms, or these two. And since there were like smaller details on the other arm, for this one they'll be much bigger contributors. Well, maybe we should have one splitting at the shoulder. But I feel like we would need a bigger arm for that, like one that where the photo goes up to the shoulder pretty much. We can find more. We'll just apply these two first. Amazing at shadow puppets. You named them unnameable? Too late. Creature's already been named. Key to the many. Chosen by Hammy. Great name. Regardless of any other names. Well, I'm sorry, you should have got him here first. First one to unlock that gets naming rights. It's like Colin Shotgun. This music sounds like Lego. I assume the last one, right? That was from Zelda, I think. Okay, we got 3 little arms. Let's find another one that starts at the shoulder, because I think I only got one of those. Although, no, I got another one actually. This one here. Layer 2. Let me get it, put it on top. Oh, that's the one I used for the hand, actually. Get that nap, Hammy. Get some rest. Not great silhouette-wise. Has to be something like this. Certain dominance. Arm coming out the chest at the viewer. Being a silhouette, we wouldn't really get to see that. Because this will become, even though we can see the folds in the clothing, I kind of don't want to deal with that, with how the clothing works. So I'll be making it entirely silhouette. Like, we won't be seeing anything other than the shape around it, if that makes sense. Fractalize me, Captain. You were thinking as a fractal. We gotta learn how to think with fractals. I wonder if fractal people change their names when they're fractal. Maybe if you're part of that hyper-religious group that believes that the fractal is the future and everyone should get fractalized. Maybe they actually believe that getting fractalized is like a second birth of sorts, and they do change their names. I could see that happen. That's not something we're gonna have space to fit into the one tweet lore, but it is a fun concept. Hey Lane, as you can see, we're fractalizing a person. Fractals are three-dimensional and rarely have only bifurcated symmetry. They're not really three-dimensional. They're usually like 2.5 dimensions or something like that. Fractals and dimensions are it's a whole can of worms. My name used to be Michael, but now I'm Billy. Now I feel like they would change their names to Key to the Many or things like that. Very trans of them to do that. Some Karen refusing to call a fractal their new name. Oh my god. You mean three-dimensional fractals don't usually have bifurcated symmetry? True. Yeah, I guess it's more of a two-dimensional fractal thing. The tree-like ones. And you're running on 2 hours of sleep? I mean, I understand. I have been there. I am usually there. That's what having a sleep disorder is like. Yay. Let's see, layer, what's this one here with the hand? I'm actually gonna get a new hand from somewhere. I'm going to the store to get a new hand. Anyone want something? Okay, we'll get this for the end of the arm. That should be a bit better. got onto the stream seconds later, seconds after waking up. Welcome to the waking world. While you were sleeping, the fractal apocalypse happened. Sorry, that was my fault. I would trust them that much to help if I had a concern in the grocery store. I mean, fractalized people are the ultimate grocery store helpers. They can reach any aisle, and as many as you need. Boxing matches. Oh my god, imagine the controversy when a boxer gets a fractal juice as a kind of a performance enhancing thing, and he gets more fists, like with each of them with a tiny little boxing glove, and then it starts a whole debate and he gets disqualified, and it's a whole thing. The fractal juice as a performance enhancing drug. Discrimination against fractal people at some point in the timeline, for sure. Like at this point in the timeline, for sure, it would be like a whole, like, entirely societal change. Like, it's all people talk about. It's like, you know, how people talked about COVID all the time during COVID. Like, this is the big thing that's happening to the world. So yeah, there would definitely be a lot of debate. There would definitely be discrimination. Like so many other things. People will just use any excuse to hate on others. Let's actually get some new hands. Going to the hand store. This one with the bent joints, that's fun. Let's see, we got this. I think we got this one. Let's get the one on the right here. This one has a watch, so I probably wouldn't include it. We have this one. This one's fairly similar to others we have, but let's get it anyway. Should we get like just one of the arms? One of the tiny ones is like super beefed up. Really cherish a fractal person if you spoil them to full manicure appointment. Would the baby be a fractal from two fractal people? Maybe. Guess it depends on the extent of the fractaling. Let's see. That's not terrible. I think we're starting to run into unrelated things like this screaming person. Let's just use the ones we have for now. We have a ton. Let's see. We got 3 new ones. Put them here on top. Tiny beef. Is fractalism a dominant or recessive gene? I think it's not genetic really. It's just a substance that if you get it on you, you'll start fractalizing. Or in you. But so yeah, I guess you could transmit it to your baby, but only if you have it like if the mother has it in the blood, it would definitely transmit through the placenta into the baby, and the baby would grow up, like develop directly fractalized. Ooh, that's scary. That would be creepy. I feel like in 99% of cases, though, if that happened, that would essentially make the fetus non-viable. That's the most likely results. Like, just whatever weird things the fractal does to the fetus, it would probably make it unviable or incompatible with life. What happens to your brain if you get the fractal juice? Well, there is an entire part of the Fractal series that deals with that. You'll start affecting your behaviors in many ways. And that's why things like fractal religion start. I like this arm that's doing this. It's like, you know. This baby doesn't have 50 million arms. What went wrong? Fractal sign language, oh my god. Didn't even think about that. I imagine that would be hell to communicate. Okay, we need some arm, maybe a smaller one down here. Let's get this one. Put it all the way on top. Fractal sign language would be real life wingdings. Charlotte, hey. Thank you. We're doing some fractalizing here. Fractal arm people signing at fractal-eyed people. We don't know how they got their arms to the sleeves. Maybe they make special clothes for fractalized people in this world. That would be my my guess. But that's probably one of the hardest questions to answer in the whole lore. A secret handshake. That would be insane. Favorite horror movie? Color Out of Space. Yeah, I really like that movie, Color Out of Space. It's very hard for me to choose a favorite horror movie. I feel like it changes every day. The Thing, probably, if I had to choose one, in terms of like a very classic movie that never really fails. You can always watch it again and enjoy it. Zip on extra sleeves. Hey, that's not bad. Someone suggested a poncho before, like they would just dress in ponchos, and that makes a lot of sense. I feel like that would be the most practical way if you're cold and you're sleeveless because you can't fit all that stuff through sleeves. So ponchos or zip on extra sleeves, that's another good option. So there we go. This universe now has clothing brands specially made for fractal people. Though I assume you'd probably need to get a lot of these custom made. So, oh, that would be expensive. Getting fractaled is quite expensive. I don't recommend it. Like, imagine getting a new toothbrush or having to fix your teeth constantly because your teeth keep getting fractaled and pushing against each other. Just pure hell. Teeth, like, dentists and orthodontists are already expensive enough as it is. They would have a field day in the fractal world. Spandex. Painting your Rococo Megalomorpha piece. Ooh. I need to see that. Is Society collapse? Oh, it's definitely, like, right now it's trying to adapt to fractal life, but it's on the road to collapse. Like in this part of the fractal series, what happens is, and the reason this person is fractaled is that a religious extremist group based on the religion that we set up on the last. That's at least what I'm going through, what I'm thinking about. We might change that, but in the last part of Megalomorpha, we saw this major religion pop up called the Fractal Communion, where people voluntarily subject themselves to the fractal. Well, in this part, we're seeing an offshoot of that religion, where people are forcefully trying to fractalize everybody, thinking that, you know, they're enlightening the world or whatever. But yeah, it's essentially they're just putting the fractal juice, they're putting it into the water supplies, and they're just trying to make everybody become fractal. And since we're going to be talking about people, you know, poisoning, quote unquote, poisoning the water supply with the fractal juice, that's why we have that imagery of the puddle, the reflection, and the fractal person. Or maybe instead of the water supply, maybe they just vaporize a bunch of fractal juice into the atmosphere and it just rains down on people. So it rains and everybody gets exposed to the fractal. Yeah, of course, it wouldn't be like that fractal church. That wouldn't be their mission. It's just like a crazy offshoot. So they would condemn the extremists, but what is done, I guess. Can't stop the fractal now. It is too late. Okay, I feel like we got enough arms on the second branch here. So what I'm gonna do is add little fingers floating around to just increase the edge complexity, which is what we usually want in the fractals. Would there be a fractal Discord server? Well, there already is. Just hop into the Discord, folks. Let me put a link in chat. Hop into the Discord, get fractaled. Seriously though, the Discord is... I feel like I always need to point this out, but a lot of streamers have Discord that's just like a Discord for them or for their community. This is a general Discord about horror arts, and it's full of amazing, super talented horror artists. So I just run it. I just happen to run it, but it's not about me. There we go, some extra thingies. Let's see. Insane Doctor could also be. Let's see. Another arm that has nice fingers to use. Maybe this one. And we add them here. Okay, maybe a little bit more complexity in this little corner, since it has some very nice contrast with the background. So maybe adding the edge of a hand or something. Maybe this small one, or this one here. Some celebrities would get into fractalizing as a trend. Yeah, like some new crazy health trend. You know, the Kardashians selling fractal tea on their Instagram or something. Getting paid millions to do so. The restaurants where they cook the food in front of you. I love how most of this stream has been just us listing different things about this fractal world and thinking like, oh, how cool would that be? Yeah. We're like all on the same page. I love it. Oh, this is nice. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. They get cancelled for not actually being a fractal, just faking it. I feel like if in this world, if there was a health trend with fractals, it would probably be celebrities telling you, oh, don't worry, you won't grow extra arms, you won't get fractal syndrome from it. You just get the positive benefits of the fractal, and it'll make you lose weight and increase your gut health or whatever. Like whatever terrible thing they're trying to sell based on people's insecurities. Okay, let me remove this for a second because I want to see what this looks like just in earnest and flipped. Okay, this is nice. I like it. It's creepy. It's definitely much creepier once you put it into its full context, isn't it? Oh, what happened there? Thank God we aren't in the no zoom tool challenge. I would have lost that. Ask Reddit. Fractal people of Reddit. Kids on TikTok getting fractalized because they want to participate in the latest dance trend, but it's you can only do it with 8 arms. Okay, now we have every arm. What I want to do is make a copy of them first, just for safety, and then mix it all together. We got the copy in the background in case we need to edit things like granularly again. Let's put the googly eyes, etc. back on. What to do if a fractal person said shake my hand? I would panic. I would go. My brain would go full on social anxiety mode and start thinking, oh my god, what is the etiquette for this? What do I do? Okay, so I'm making a little gradient map where it goes from blue in the light areas to this kind of brown in the dark ones. And we just move this around until it looks decent. Lost the internet for a solid 10 minutes. Well, welcome back. Don't worry, it is never too late to be here. Oh, now I do have to remove the googlies because I'm going to be trying to darken the coat so that essentially everything is a silhouette. Reddit, am I the asshole for putting fractal juice in the water supply? Not the asshole, they need to be enlightened. Looking spooky? Thank you. It's just one little glance at a fractal person once and for all. Okay, now I do need to match this level of detail and the level of noise. You know what I'm thinking I'll do? Put everything into a layer. Then I will blur it so that the noise goes away. Just enough so that it gets a little bit blurred. A little bit more, I think. We have, okay, so I'm zooming in here because we have a little bit of the arm and a little bit of the real head. So trying to blur them until they more or less look equivalent. Doesn't need to be perfect, but a little bit. And then we're doing sharpen, smart sharpen. Doing that a lot lately, but whoa. Well, that sure is something. But we're doing some sharpening for sure. With some noise reduction as we go. Okay, so I think that is the right way. What kind of thing can I ask for the 5-minute edit reward? Smaller edits like, I don't know, a meme or taking the current edit and changing something. I don't put like a timer, although maybe that could be fun to put a little timer on it. But I just... The time limit is set so people don't say, oh, I'm gonna do this to commission this guy for a full piece. Fractal 5-minute crafts. Where they're just doing everything at once. It's 5 minutes just because you have 10 arms. Okay, so let me go back before doing this whole thing. Here is the arms. Okay, got the arms here. We're gonna take the page from this book. Now we gotta edit the edge of it, especially the one that's around the sky, so that it bleeds through a little bit. Wow, I almost have enough for a third Discord roll. Oh my god. I don't even know what I would give you. I don't even... I guess we'll have to find a fitting reward. Collecting all the Discord rolls. Don't eat the fractal juice. Not allowed. Stop. Every time you eat the fractal juice, you're making the apocalypse go faster, and that just forces me to edit this whole series faster. So please, give me time. Trying to teach you all that eating the fractal juice is not good. Give her silly mittens on each hand. You got it. Okay. So we got the custom quick edits. Let's go. Let me download a mitten. Let's get a cute one with a pattern. Although I guess, well, we can just add them on top, so that we can see the pattern a little bit. I'll just take one because they're essentially similar. That's a lot of mittens. It is, but we'll get through it. Oh, hold on. I need to edit to this selection. Caught a little bit of the background. And we're going to remove this edge in the back so that it kind of wraps around each hand a little bit. And we're going to do select and mask. We're just going to mask that, or shift the edge inside a little. That was better. That's diabolical. Got a timer ready? No need for timers. We can get this on 5 minutes, I bet. You're gonna be early in making your holiday cards. Imagine if I just send this to the patrons for the holidays. That would be extremely good. Also, if I haven't shilled my Patreon here in a while. You know, I really appreciate Twitch subs, but did you know that Twitch only gives streamers less than half of whatever people paid for the Twitch sub? The best way to support me in terms of how much I get from what you pay is Patreon. And if you get to the second tier or higher, you get a postcard every month. So check that out if that sounds interesting to you. The postcards are one of my edits, edited to be kind of this old school postcard. There's some very fun designs. And what I was going to say is that the one for this month that I just made, I actually finished it yesterday. I'm going to send it to printing sometime this week, is based on the last part of Megalomorpha, the one I just posted today. So it is that family picture. Ooh, I'm gonna have to remove a finger. No, actually I'll leave it. It feels like a fractal finger coming out of the mitten, which is funny. These are very good. The mitten tree. I mean, you know, sometimes it's cold outside, and fractal people, they can get their mittens too. I'm just kind of starting wherever, but as long as we get to all of them, we will be good. Frostbite is a thing. Yeah, imagine getting, like, having bad circulation, or, you know, your fingers get really swollen in the cold, and then getting those hands fractalized, and now we have to take care of hundreds of fingers. If you're cold, let them inside. Oh my god. Look at all the mittens. These are great. Let me actually put them all together, leaving the main one here in case I need it. Put them all in a group. And then let's blur them. And then give it all some levels. And boom, there you go. Integrated mittens. I wasn't gonna leave you at only shitty PNGs on top. I don't know if that was 5 minutes, but that must have been around 5 minutes. So there we go. Now they're in with the googly eyes in the name. Time's up. Perfect. See, that's right on time. Thank you, Rose. That was fun. What does the name tag say? That is Key to the Many, which is the name as decided by Hemi in chats by using the Name This Creature reward. So we got all sorts of rewards to add a bunch of bling to this creature, which is amazing. They got the googly eyes, they got the name tag, they got the mittens, the fractal mittens. Glorious. We can look at them like this as well. Okay, where were we though? I do need to remove the mittens because I was adding this little light to the arms. So let's keep going with that. Okay, so I'm going to add it more towards the area like here behind the sun. In this area here, I'm just going to leave it like it as is, essentially. Maybe even add some shadows here where the fingers appear, because that's weird. What a goofy little fella. And we're going to do the same to the edge of these hands. And this should hopefully give them a little bit of volume, despite being silhouettes. Like that's essentially the light going around and through the skin to reach us, which is called, there's a name for that in 3D rendering. Subsurface scattering, that's the name. If you've ever heard that term. Okay, so the difference here would be quite a lot actually. It brings a lot of volume to the silhouette. Like, let's check the difference. Nice. And now we put it all together, we do those smart filters. Drum roll. Nice. Oh yeah, it definitely does a big difference. Just check the before, after. Really big difference right there. And now we can do a camera raw edit. Let's give that a try. Let's change the temperature to purple and blue. We love that. Also, fun little thing here. That is one of the reasons I picked this background image is because we're going to do those tree-like limbs. And that's a type of, I think it's a tree fractal or something simple like that. And we have a tree in the background, which does give it that little bit of parallel to the arms. So that's fun. Okay, so we're definitely pumping the contrast up. So the silhouette is very silhouette-y. And then we're re-adding grain at more or less the same shape and size as it was before. We can see the grain here very well. So we essentially need to cover that grain in terms of size and roughness. It's going to be a really large grain actually. And then I'm going to turn the exposure up a little bit. Clarity down. So I like to turn the clarity here down a little bit, and you can see how the really white areas start glowing a little. Really love how that looks. I still feel like the arms are in general, like in total, they're super dark compared to, for example, the legs. So let's maybe give that a little fix. something like this. Or no, I'm just gonna paint that below all those little edits I did, or above. I'm gonna pick something like this. Oh, and I'm gonna add here in actions, I'm gonna add a grain action. I'm gonna try and again match this style of grain. Let's see, let's give that a try. We essentially need to add more Gaussian blur here, and then more smart sharpen. And that's a little bit closer. You can definitely see in the arms. What I'll do is very simply make this bigger. Like make the layer itself bigger, and hopefully that'll bring it a little bit closer. That seems good actually. Should probably help us with that whole, you know, grain matching thing, which is a bit hard here because the original picture just has so much grain. And now let's see. Let's add that second layer. Darkness here. Of brightness, sorry, to the arms. Gotta be careful because some areas will start looking flat if I do that a lot. Now imagine having Fractal people around and having to have like everything, like jobs and the city, everything has to be adapted to a multitude of different types of fractals. Politicians would be screaming. A charming fellow. I sure hope he won't put fractal juice in the water supply. They definitely will not do that. Don't worry, rest easy. Okay, re-render those smart filters. I might reduce the whole Gaussian blur plus smart sharpen. So I'll reduce the radius of the blur and I'll reduce the radius of the sharpen because it feels like overly sharpened here. So the radius is way too high, way too high. Let's see. That should make a difference now. Things should feel a bit softer. Yeah. The arms hopefully more adapted to the rest. I do have to make some color adjustments. So there's a blue here. That feels different to the blue here in the arms. So let's give that a quick little edit with a color layer, something very simple and quite quick. That should fix the problem. And then a soft light layer. The goddamn fractals are taking our jobs away. Whole new meaning to calling someone a snowflake. Thank you, Sora. Friend or foe? I see multiple arms and I go. What are you, a snowflake? Yes. With the chat music in the background. I mean, I wouldn't mess with someone like this. They could punch you like 10 times a second. Definitely not someone or something to be messed with. Also, look at the mittens. They're so cute. I feel like we can make them brighter, actually. Yeah. I mean, with mittens like this, they look more cuddly, but be careful. Don't let appearances trick you. The moment you turn around, they're injecting you with fractal juice. There is no escape. Trying to equalize some of the colors. It's a bit hard, but we're getting there. Some parts that look too bright, too dark, like this finger, why is it so dark when the other fingers are bright? That kind of little thing. Might seem silly, but it adds to the overall realism. So we gotta take it seriously, as much as we can. We're actually thinking of doing a Vitruvian Man kind of logo for this organization. Kind of a fractal Vitruvian Man. I don't know, I'll consider it. I would have to find a way to include that into an image. That makes sense. I wouldn't just put a logo. They have to be like, they have to fit the Fractal series vibe. But we'll give it a try for sure. He could be the one-man band. One-person band. That's a lot of power to have. Do fractal people like doing the YMCA dance, or do they get stuck in the Y and start screaming? I feel like they can do the whole YMCA in one move. They're like on another level that we can't even comprehend their YMCA skills. Like they just do YM with one arm and CA with the other one. It's possible, they can do it. Like Okay, you can do a Y with these two. You can probably do an A with these two, or with like this and this. So you got YM. No, hold on. The A is at the end. These two arms can probably do an M. So these ones can do a Y. And then these can do a C, and these ones can probably do an A, I bet. They can do the whole alphabet. What about the Macarena? They could do every step of the Macarena at once. You would be like, dale tu cuerpo, and they would already be, hey, Macarena. You couldn't beat them in a dance contest for sure. Also, the fact that the Macarena is like Spain's biggest cultural export is something to talk about for sure. Which hand would be dominant, or would one whole side be dominant? I feel like the main hand that used to be dominant before the fractalization would still be the dominant one, and all the new arms you kind of just learning to use them as they grow, so they would probably feel more like non-dominant hands, at least at first. Eventually, since your brain also fractalizes, that can increase how well you can control those arms. Time. Oh, Jesus, you have the bit reward mock. Probably one of the few people to have it. That's the extra secret mock in this channel. Oh my god, playing rock, paper, scissors? I like making every possible move at once. Impossible to beat. Beat Fractal Man at rock, paper, scissors challenge. Impossible. Let's do a little bit of light around this edge. I'll have to change the color as well, but okay, let's see what we did here. Did we do anything important? Many little things. Guess what? What? Also, just repeating again. Both YMCA and Macarena fit in a single clip. Hell yeah. Thanks for clipping. I appreciate it. Yeah, another reminder to check out the last post that I did on Twitter, because I just posted the next part in Megalomorpha, so put a lot of work into it, so I want everybody to see it. Don't miss it. Oh, thank you for the save reminder. It's been a million years. Save before you, Dave? Also, the Mittens version is extremely cute. Okay, here's something we should do. We should set up a points report where I put a googly eye in real life somewhere. Like, I googly something around me. The problem with these googlies is that they're not stickers by themselves. I have to like manually secure them with some glue. Got this little glue thing. It's not the best glue, but it should hold out for a little while at least. I do not have that many things visible to us, but once I change the decor here, right now what you can see there, right behind me, is the edge of a sofa. It was just in this room when we got here, and we just don't have a lot of places to put it. So it's right behind. But what I would like to do, if possible, I will have to reorganize the room. Once I have the sound dampening things in the... Oh, let me put that front and center. Once I have the sound dampening plates, those little like foam things, I'll put them on the walls, and I'll probably like switch the decor around. So I'll probably move this sofa right to the side so it's not on camera, and put like a little shelf or something so we can have like some objects in the background. I can switch them around, have some decor, because right now there's like not space for anything. We'll see. We'll figure a new decor out once I have everything I want to put in it. But then we'll be able to googly some of those things. For now, we can probably googly, I don't know, the chair, the headphones, my water bottle. I would start with the water bottle. Eventually myself. But yeah, it's a new exciting time for googlies. Although I will have to get a better glue than this, because this one, it sucks a little bit. Like, it tends to just weaken quite quickly. Okay, but I really like this. The only main thing we have left to do in this edit is sign it. And I'm thinking, what would be a good place to sign it? The branches in the background for sure. The arms themselves, but we don't have like, unless we start radically changing the arms, we don't have a place where that would feel natural. So I feel like branches in the background would probably be the best place. Because for fingers you would need like other way around. This, and then another one crossing over. It's mostly the one that crosses over. It's just kind of hard to make the silhouette. If we had fully lit fingers, we would probably be able to do it. But I feel like branches are the best option in this case. And we can do it right there. We already have this part, the one that crosses over, so do the V. We get then we get like different little branches, hopefully tie them together. The buildings again are pretty much just silhouettes, except for this one. doesn't really have like a good place for it. Let's see if the branches are easily readable. If they are, we'll call that acceptable. What did I just do? Merge? Yeah. Something moved. Oh, it was the rulers. Gotcha. So that goes on darken. My god. JJ getting all the rolls. I don't even know what I would give you. Put me on the spot. We'll figure it out. It's a bad idea. Thank you for the follow. And Spooky the Scary, really appropriate name for this stream. Welcome. It resets you and you start at square one. You lose all the rolls. No, I won't be that evil. I feel like that's a very readable signature right there. And I'm doing this on top of everything because I'm lazy. This might come back to bite me in the ass, but I gotta try at least. How's everyone today? I'm great. Thank you for asking. Hope you're doing good as well. I'm fractalizing the tree now. No, I'm signing the tree, which is different. You're 2 away. Never get there. Just realized that my class begins in 4 weeks. Well, that's a month. Pretty nice. Hey! Spooky! Thank you so much for the sub. Welcome. Welcome to the Fractal Club. We got Fractal juice to drink at the back. Thank you, Spooky. And as a reminder, we have a sub goal going where whenever we reach 15 new subs, which that will be 14 now, we will do a whole stream without using the zoom tool. So I would have to keep the edits like this, just centered. I can pan around, but I can't zoom. And that, and whenever we reach that, we'll just set up a new goal for like a few subs more, and with each goal we reach, we turn off a full tool in Photoshop. So over the stream we might start getting very hard to use it, but you know. Watch Val find a way around to still zoom without using the zoom tool. No, that would be cheating. I could use a navigator and use this, but no, that's cheating. I have to be at this level of zoom, or the one when you double click on the hand icon here, it just centers the zoom to whatever screen size you have. Or you can just say fit screen. You know, so if you say fill screen and does this, fit screen, it just gets here in the middle. So I would try and do something that fills the screen in the best way possible, so we have more space to play around with, but yeah. The childish to say that I genuinely hate being in school? Oh, there's a lot of things to hate about school. I've been there. I do not miss it. There. Okay, quite happy with this. Let me save this as a JPEG. I don't think I've saved that in the whole stream. Also, I guess we're going bright blue with this. We haven't really touched the color that much. Let me do something just as a test. How about putting a monochrome filter on top of the canvas so you can't fix the colors? It has to be a colored piece. We could do that. That would be like for another challenge stream. That would be fun. Yeah, okay, color grading. I don't think I did this before. So yeah, we did change the colors a little bit, but we didn't really go into color grading. So for the last one, let me actually just do the browser view. As you can see, I've been rotating through colors since we've started. The first ones, they have a gray and yellow, green and yellow vibe with blue. Then it goes into blue and pink, and it just gets pinker from there. This one has some pink and orange. This one's pink and blue. This one goes a bit into hot pink, kind of a warmer pink. And it's another Discord role. Okay, which Discord role should I give you? Let me see. I will give you one at random, I think. Like one of the... not the mod one, for one of the aesthetic only ones. What was your Discord username again? JJ is Sen, too powerful. Cursed and banished role. No, that would be too evil. We have a cursed role on the Discord where it turns your color. Sigurd, that's right. It turns the color of your name into the same color as the background, so you essentially turn invisible. K, sure, thank you so much for the follow. Okay. I'm gonna give you the clown role. Give them another pronoun role. Nah, that would be evil. There are like a few roles that we made in specific moments. We just gave to a few people in that moment and then forgot about them. So those are the fun ones to give out. Mean? I mean, clowns are in fashion, aren't they? Either I can give you either that or the sugar daddy role, which is another role that actually exists. I'll give you sugar daddy. That's a lot of points you paid, so. And that makes your name purple, which is appropriate to the Fractal series. The roll stack? Yeah, you can have several. Okay, so we're talking about the color palette of the Fractal series. So it goes more into purple, purples and blues. Then it goes into, this one is purple and light blue, and this one is light blue and a hot pink. Let's go back here. We can take like one color from the previous one, and which I guess would be the light blue, and then change like the shadows to something else. Maybe we keep going. We had something like this, some kind of hot pink here. We could push that into the reds, for example. You don't know anyone's pronouns here. There's an add-on you can get for Twitch, which allows you to see people's pronouns in the next to their names. I don't recall the name. Maybe someone in chat does, but only if they set it, of course. And you can set yours through the add-on as well. How do you come on with these ideas like the Fractal series? Well, the Fractal series originally was based on just a single prompt from a prompt list. If we go to the very first one in the series, it was based on a prompt called Mandelbrot's leak. So I just did these two images, then forgot about it for a few months, and then like decided to make it into a series. So it took it and kind of continued the story. So it was based on that prompt, but then I kind of developed the idea into Fractal Apocalypse. Yeah, the link Sora put in chat. If you guys want to set your pronouns for chat, it's useful for me, it's useful for everybody. Yeah, of course, that only works in Twitch desktop. But you can essentially tie your username to a pronoun, and wherever you go, even if you are on mobile, at least for other people, it will show up with the pronouns, which is very nice. I don't know. I kind of like the purple, honestly. You set up pronouns so desktop users can see mine, but not vice versa. Well, at least that's useful. That's somewhat useful. Even if you can't see them, at least people will be able to see yours. So yeah, I like blue and purple. It's just the winning combination. Oh, sorry, I was essentially just messing with the colors slightly while I was on the browser screen for some reason. So yeah, just a little bit of purple in the shadows, that little balance between blue and purple. But that's essentially it. Can do something to the midtones, put them somewhere in between to smooth that transition. But that would be the difference before and after. With the Fractal series, something I try to do that I don't usually do in most of my stuff is make it not only creepy, but also pretty. I try to go for aesthetics way more than the rest of my stuff, which is why I enjoy doing the Fractal series a lot. It allows me to, you know, not be constrained to this found footage thing where things you don't tend to go for aesthetic or for pretty things. You tend to go for, you know, maximum effects. Here, since we're seeing this series from the point of view of an impartial, omniscient observer, I can allow myself to do this sort of thing. Picked up Uzumaki recently, super excited to read it. Oh, it's fantastic. Hope you like it. One of my favorite things ever, and one of the inspirations behind the Fractal series. As if you guys have read Uzumaki, you'll see the obvious inspiration. And thank you for the savior matter. Didn't even see you had an Instagram. I do. I originally, before I started doing horror, I was posting to Instagram. I got to like 6,000 followers there. Like it was never like super popular, but you know, it had some enjoyed some mild popularity back on Instagram. And I didn't really like it, and just being sick of Instagram was one of the reasons why I kind of switched up the entire genre of what I do. So yeah, since a lot of people initially followed me on Instagram due to the previous surreal things I tended to do, a lot of them didn't really stick around for the horror. So it was very slow on Instagram for a good while. Like I posted my stuff there, but it doesn't really work that well. Also, Instagram is not great at storytelling because you can have images, but the text is going to be hidden. You're going to have to tap read more to just read the text. So it's terrible at things like megalomorpha because nobody ever reads the text. So it's very constraining in that way. But, you know, you got to live with it, I guess. Are your pronouns working? Not in my screen, but I might have to reload. Maybe they take a while. But yeah, the whole Instagram thing, also the Instagram algorithm is just terrible. And for an artist, they just force you to essentially play their game and have to post pretty much every day for Instagram to even start showing your post to the people that follow you. It's very frustrating in that way, which is why I prefer Twitter a lot, both from the storytelling perspective, because you're limited in the amount of text you can use, but you can make threads, so you're only limited in a certain sense, and it just allows for visual storytelling way better, in my opinion. Also, it's a better algorithm in general, because you don't depend as much on this black box of hidden numbers where you just post something and hope you're lucky and the algorithm picks it up and brings it to other people. For Twitter, you can have like a community, and you can have, you know, like-minded artist friends who share everyone's work, and you can just belong to a community that essentially increases your potential reach, like the people you can reach with your posts. You increase it exponentially without really needing to cater to an algorithm. Sorry, I'm going on a tangent about social media, but social media is insane in so many ways. Save the project. Yeah, I just saved, and I'm actually going to save that as a JPEG as well, because I didn't do that in a while. I remember you mentioned it as a source of inspiration in your convo with Trevor Henderson. Oh, Uzumaki, yeah. one of the most beloved pieces of horror media in my experience. Yeah, absolutely. It's super well known. Like I'll get a ton of comments comparing my stuff to not only Uzumaki, other Junji Ito stories are very common points of comparison. Your tangents keep my attention grounded. Fair enough. Pronouns have been set. Hell yeah. Yeah, I can see them. Double post. Oh, no worries. Junji, a goat for sure. One of the best. I think, yeah, Junji Ito's. I hate choosing like the best. I think that's stupid. But Junji Ito is definitely up there in the pantheon of horror storytelling, in my opinion. It's like an all-timer, absolutely. If Trevor ever puts me in one of those videos where he's like showing creatures to Junji Ito, I will just die. I will straight up just be deceased. Pronouns up and running on my end too. I can't see them, but maybe that's just because they didn't load yet. Arvo. Is it Ito's work that one shot with weird fruits? I don't see the one you're talking about, but could be. That sounds a lot like an Ito story. It does remind me of one, yeah. Things definitely happen. Things definitely happen in stories. Junji Ito's stories, one of the trademark things is that things happen. Oh, also, since we're kind of done with this, we're just in chatting mode. Let me show you the thing that's coming in next. So you might have seen me work on this in the last few streams. Oh, we got a constructed criticism. Let me get that. Let's do that first. This is in Photoshop, but I've been doing some painting studies and adding megalomorpha bug people elements. I was hoping maybe you could take the character design. Yeah, of course. Let me give it a look. Ooh, okay, hold on. It's looking great. Here it is. Oh, that's so good. I love that. Oh, the second. So, third eye, second hand. We got wings. We got antenna. We got the jaw. Okay, so in terms of making it close to the series. Oh, and the eyes. These bigger eyes also work very well. In terms of making it more accurate to the series, I would do, I think, two small things. First, instead of one extra eye here, I would do three. That's called ocelli, like this. Ocelli are three little eyes that are on the top of many different insects. They're kind of like, yeah, they're like simple eyes that just detect light in a very simple way compared to the compound eyes that are next to them. They just help out with detecting the level of light, etc. So that is what I did, adding ocelli to the statues in the megalomorpha with the statues, which is this one here. It's whoa, that flashed for a second. There you go. They got three extra eyes. So I would do that. And in terms of the mandibles, I would make the mandibles kind of thicker from the sides, and maybe you can keep the human mouth. It's what I did again with the angels here. I kept the human mouth, but I had these thick mandibles kind of go over them. I think I based them on some of them are ant mandibles. One of those that have like large mandibles. And these ones are the ones that go below like this. They are wasp mandibles. Wasps have this very cool mandible shape. Wasp face, not wasp face. So you can see that they kind of go down like this. So that's what I tried to do with one of the statues. Or what I did with my profile picture. Same thing with the mandibles that go down instead of to the front. So yeah, that's a lovely job. That's fantastic. I feel like this could be the art made by some group of people that worshipped the Megalomorpha back in that moment. Or an artist that became obsessed with the Megalomorpha through some personal experience, and they started like painting people mixed with bugs. That's fantastic. Great job. And do share it with me, of course, and with the Discord once it's finished. Based it on the antlion adults. Mandible seems smaller. Antlion adults. We see that. Antlion adults. Oh, I assume you mean these. That's the larva, right? These are the adults. These little things. They barely have a jaw. I don't think they eat. I think they just live for a day and then die. Oh, they have very cool jaws, the antlions. Those would be fun ones to represent in Megalomorph at some point. If we could like fit them into the lore somehow. Oh, here's a close-up of the adults. They do have like really small jaws. I don't think they eat at all, the adults. I might be wrong. Maybe they do eat a little bit. Send some whips too on edit. Yeah, of course. Yeah, keep us updated for sure. Those are very cool. Yeah, where was I before this? I was going to explain something. Oh yeah. I got it. You might have seen me do this on a couple of the streams last week. We were working on this take on the doppelganger, the classic stories about the doppelganger. So we made this little animation based on a gimmicky type of photography from the 1860s, where they had people turning in a platform in the ground, and a camera took photos every few seconds. So the person just stood very still in the turning platform, and it would take a turning portrait of them. So we took one of those, turned it into a little animation, and made each frame kind of mutate as we don't see the face. So this is our first view, our first teaser of what this creature is. We ended up we had doppelganger as the working name, but we wanted to come up with an original name because it's going to be this one creature we're following through the years. So this is kind of a creature that is able to turn into other people, and every so often disappears, takes a new identity, kills that person and becomes them, kind of. So we did this little animation. That was a fun one to do, and we called it the facade, like the French word facade, because first this portrait here, this first discovery is from France. So we went okay, we need to choose a French word. We wanted to choose a French word that was easy to pronounce in English. Facade is already a word that is said in English. usually without the little thing under the C, which we're going to use, but it's a word that people understand in English. And it's also like, you know, a mask, a fake face. So we're just calling it the facade, because there's only one of them. So we're going to be following it through the years. We're going to see first that photo, that turning photo, then we're going to see an X-ray of it. In 1896, when X-rays become a novelty thing, everyone's getting an X-ray done because they want to see what it looked like inside, and they don't know that radiation is bad yet. Then we have, you saw me do these in the stream, so it's no spoilers, but we got a police sketch from the 80s, or no, I think it's 1979 or something like that we ended up with. A police sketch of an event that I'm not going to spoil, but it's going to describe that like process of changing forms. And then we have some drawings from the like 1840s or 1830s, somewhere around there, of these skulls, just this one skull that keeps changing its form. And it's going to be kind of the origin story of the facade. So there we go. That's a little collab I'm doing with Luke Baker, who is just an amazingly talented artist. I'm gonna link to his stuff right now. Soul Sanctum, yeah, of course. Space Macchiato in Twitter. Yeah, Luke has just this fantastic style. You can see it here. It's just so characteristic. And we wanted to do something together, and so we ended up deciding, okay, let's do our take on a classic creature, and we ended up choosing Doppelganger. That's how this collab came to be. And honestly, that was like super fast, like beginning to end. We just like very quickly settled on a concept, or at least a basic idea, then ran with it, just made a bunch of pieces, and now we just tie them together with this little story, and pretty proud of it. I think it's gonna be a fun one. We're gonna present it like the Lycanthrope series, where we each do a post with that's on Twitter, of course. On Instagram we'll probably do something different, but on Twitter we'll do each one of those does a post, and we just kind of like quote retweet the last one, so that people can jump in and just read the story backwards if they ever find it through like the third post or whatever. So it's worked quite well for the Lycanthrope series, so it should work well as well. But yeah, that was a fun one to do, and that was, yeah, it's pretty much done. Just needs a little bit of writing, a little bit of polishing on the writing. So hopefully sometime this week, maybe starting on Wednesday or something like that, and with one post every day. So you can keep it going for at least that week. So yeah, it's very fun to take a classic thing, classic monster, classic horror concept, and doing a take on it. You don't have to be like the most original, but just doing a little twist on it, seeing it from a different perspective, that kind of thing. The Lycanthrope series is like, just put so much work on it and into it. It's just fantastic. I love everything we've done with it, and there's actually more ideas that we have yet to do. But yeah, Lycanthrope series is fantastic, and this is kind of, you know, the same thing, as in we're taking a classic concept of the doppelganger or the clone, or the monster that turns itself into a person, so you don't know who it is. It's always around you. Oh yeah, we figured we get a lot of Mandela Catalog comparisons. I haven't seen the entirety of Mandela Catalog. I saw a few minutes of it. It just wasn't for me. But I know that it has that, doppelganger creature or creatures in it. So yeah, we assume we'll probably get a lot of comparisons to it, and we just gotta live with that. But yeah, at the end of the day, Mandela Catalog is the same thing, really. They're just taking a concept, a classic concept, a classic creature, and doing a twist on it, which is fun. It's just a fun thing to do. It's a fun exercise. It's a fun way to kind of get inspiration for writing. Just get something that already exists and just present it from a new perspective. It's always a nice thing to do. You have zero knowledge of the Mandela Catalog. You're probably the only one in this chat. I don't know, maybe not. But yeah, it was. I feel like it faded off fairly quickly. I haven't seen anything about the Mandela Catalog in months, but for a while it was huge. For a while, everyone was kind of into it or talking about it. Suddenly, now that is the back rooms, I feel like horror on the internet. There's just every so often there's a concept that people latch onto, and they go all into that concept until it kind of runs out of steam, and then move on to the next one. So there are things that have survived that cycle and still kept themselves relevant, like SCP, all that kind of thing. But, you know, many creepypastas, they just pop in, become big, and then just fade out in terms of relevance, just stay as a nostalgic thing for the people who were there, and mostly people that were young when they experienced it. They dropped a new episode some time ago, haven't seen it yet. I just saw like the first thing, and it just confused me a bit. Like, I know they were going for the aesthetic of the analog horror, but it doesn't really feel realistic. Like, what is that tape? Who got that tape? Who made it? Who edited that tape? There's not a realistic found footage aspect to it. It's just like the aesthetics of a VHS tape. I don't know. I feel like it starts slightly, like it makes sense at first, but it quickly breaks down so much that I feel like using the found footage thing, or that VHS aesthetic, maybe holds it back, to be honest. Holds the potential story back. Because it just gets bogged down into the aesthetic instead of, I don't know, finding a different niche. I don't know. I feel like it happened a lot with analog horror, where it just became, or it still is in many ways, but it's this aesthetic, and most people doing analog horror, I don't think have ever seen a VHS tape outside of analog horror. I think it's mostly young people who've never like experienced VHS directly. So it always feels like an aesthetic, but that doesn't really latch on to the reality behind it, if that makes sense. There are a few, of course, that do feel more realistic, but most of them feel weird to me. I don't know if I'm the only one that thinks that, but random thought, I'd like a t-shirt that reads, "I survived the creepypasta era of horror." Jeff and Smile Dog were the creepypastas that scared me. See, when you say what creepypasta scares you, that essentially tells everyone your age, because that was same here. I was there during the creepypasta era of the internet. I've watched through Mandela, but I don't know much about it. It's an interesting premise that I feel wasn't explored enough. Maybe it's different in the more recent entry. In my opinion, it got a lot better in the following videos, found its footing, but of course not for everyone. Then I might have been too harsh on it. since I've only watched the first part. The horror of rewinding an entire VHS movie. Oof, I feel ya. So yeah, I don't know. It feels like it's a strange aesthetic to do something nostalgic for a generation that has never experienced the nostalgia for that type of media. It feels like strangely disconnected, and I feel like most fans of that analog horror vibe, they don't really know the difference either, because they are from the same generation and they've never experienced VHS outside of that. So to them, that is the VHS aesthetic. Like they don't see the disconnect there. I feel like Local 58 gets it way better. Like while always like going for more simpler graphics. Of course, it's a one-man operation, so you can't ask them for a full set and TV news kind of thing. But I feel like it achieves the aesthetic way better. Found footage excels when it's done at a smaller scale. When the stakes get too high, it seems to break the immersion for me. Large-scale apocalypses aren't as effective as personal visual stories, I know. Yeah, I agree. Found footage tends to be... I mean, you can use it for both. Because it's also interesting to see an apocalypse or something from a personal view. The thing that found footage gives you is that personal view. Is the fact that your point of view is stuck to a person, either because they are taking the footage in a hand camera or whatever, or because, you know, in non-video, like found footage, what I call found horror, which is horror through evidence, the kind of thing I do a lot, right? Either through writing, through photos, through whatever evidence was left of an event. Yeah, you kind of stuck to a point of view character, which can make it a very interesting like exploration of the character, apart from the horror itself. And the evidence becomes a character in itself. You can like follow the evidence through history and how did it get to you? How did you find this lost evidence of whatever strange thing happened? Which becomes part of the story in itself. Local 58 is the OG analog horror. Yeah, exactly. Most people doing analog horror, they're not imitating VHS tapes or like, you know, local TV stations from the 80s and 90s. They're imitating Local 58. So it's kind of a game of telephone. Prefer the Blair Witch to Cloverfield. Yeah, exactly. You can do both things, honestly. It's a matter of preference. What do you like? I tend to lean more towards Blair Witch. But I've done both, you know. The Fractal series is an apocalyptic story, but it's not really found footage. I wouldn't consider it that. But, for example, Megalomorpha is very much found footage. It's a story not only about, you know, what happened, but how those documents survived, got to you, and never got found out by the wider public. So Megalomorpha delves into that a lot. And even though it's a large-scale story overall, the whole series of Megalomorpha is a large-scale story about, you know, about these bugs and their history. But each individual story is centered around an individual, a community. Whoever took that evidence, whoever produced that evidence is usually the main character. So it is, each story is a bit of a character or community exploration, and the larger scale is more of a wide-ranging story with a lore. You wouldn't put me on timeout for something I do. What you gonna do? You scare me. You need a full found footage movie shot on an iPhone. That'll be fun. I like when a found footage movie like commits and shoots the movie in the hardware that's meant to, you know, like if it's meant to be shoot on. I knew you would do this. I knew it. I was seeing it coming. Jesus. Thank you so much. Okay. That's 14. You're insane. I don't know if I can give back subs, but I'm gonna have to start doing that at some point. Don't spend too much on it, on me, okay? Just money you can lose. But oh my god, okay, who got gifted subs? Lilia Thobart, Lopez. Rounder got one. No zoom. Okay, so next stream, whatever we do, next stream, which will be on Wednesday, or I don't know if I might do a surprise stream, like, or improvised stream tomorrow, but just to set it, like Wednesday stream, we'll be doing a no zoom edit, so we can't use a zoom tool. And just for fun, we'll be adding extra little goals that we can reach throughout the stream to turn off other tools. We'll see, like maybe point reward, maybe some tools can be point rewards and some tools can be sub rewards, so both can be reached like chaotically during the stream. That could be fun. I think sometimes creators get over ambitious with found footage when they don't necessarily need to be. Fair enough. Fair enough. Found footage is good at telling smaller stories, smaller scale stories. I think you're absolutely right. I think I do it a lot. Like, unconsciously. It's just like, well suited for that. What you gonna be making on Wednesday? I don't know. Maybe more Fractal. Though I just had this one idea for this part of the series. So maybe more Fractal, maybe something else. Shumis? Yeah, maybe we can do that little edit I promise you. I'll figure something out before Wednesday. It could be either, yeah, I think it's most likely going to be a personal project. Of course, I wouldn't do a commission with one of these challenge edits, because that would be unfair to the client. But for these personal things, little extra things, it's very fun. So let's see. Let me note down here extra goals for turning off other tools. And I'll put some as point rewards, like community point rewards. And others as sub rewards. There we go. You want to see fractals on the challenge? It depends on if I can find the idea for one of the other. Again, Fractal series is 3 images. It's always been that way, so it's just kind of settled into that rhythm. So we got one. We got a vertical one, so we'll put that on the left, and we can do 2 horizontal ones with it. So think about something that we can add. Give it some thought between streams. Really hard to achieve this level of detail and not use zoom. I mean, I can achieve detail without using zoom. I just have to make everything bigger and then make it smaller. Not the whole thing, that would be cheating, not the whole canvas, but like if I need to add an arm, I'll edit it in the biggest size possible and then just apply it on there. Okay, Jesus, have a great time zone. And thank you again. Working with inverted colors. Ooh, I can do invert. You can add a layer. Ooh, that's creepy. You can add a layer that's invert, so you can have that like on top at all times. That's a fun one. What's everyone's favorite series Val's made? Yeah, what's everyone's favorite series I've made? I would love to know. Will you return in 3 days? Jesus. No, hopefully in 2, because on Wednesday we're doing the no zoom edits. Seeing 2 megalomorpha, 1 fractals, and 1 werewolves. Those are my main 3 things, yeah. Although there's smaller things that I've done repeats of, like the mycelium infections, the mushrooms. Would you call that a series? Maybe it's just 2, but it still has a story, like they follow each other. Folklore, I would call folklore a series because they have a specific aesthetic to them and a specific type of writing I use. Like I tend to keep it fairly tight for horror. Oh yeah, you could put cryptids, but cryptids, well, I've done a little collection of cryptids on my website, but I feel like each of them feels like a separate piece. I don't tend to go for a specific aesthetic when doing cryptids, as opposed to folklore, where I tend to go with like very, very old looking photos with a lot of sepia, sort of orange brown tones. Anything that incorporates really old artifacts and a lot of history. I agree with you. I love that kind of thing. I love incorporating history and just like researching a very, very specific moment in time. Like for example, for the last part of Megalomorpha, I just delved deep into the years of the Mexican Revolution in the areas where it happened. Just to like get an understanding of the situation at the time. I obviously also asked a Mexican friend, Marina. I don't know if Marina's watching. I also asked Marina for her insights from a local person. I say the Shroomies is good, but has 2 entries so far. I mean, maybe if you want to make the Shroomies next one's part of the mycelium thing, we can find a way, I'm sure. Really dug the werewolf woodcuts. I mean, that's thanks to the work of Abs, who is just incredible. Unmatched. Would Eerie Vember count? Not really as a series, since they're all one-offs. I love aquatic stuff, so any of you weird things washed ashore, I love those. Yeah, I love things washed ashore. It's like we're just getting a glimpse of something that's deep in the ocean, a place we can't reach, and we just get this one glimpse that washes ashore. It's so fun. We'll need to talk in the end. Sounds good. Nirinthel, I hope I pronounced that right. Welcome. Weird things washed ashore is a whole vibe. It is. So in terms of what I've been talking with Sora, I figured since I did a commission for Sora for the mushroom lady, then what ended up being the second part of the mycelium infection, and it did super well, and I figured, okay, Sora, just in in exchange for that, or not in exchange, but as a thank you, I'd figured I'd do another little edit for them, which is also shroom related, but more of a purely mushroom creature than a person turning into a mushroom. So of course, since my idea is always tied to things, my first thought was, yeah, let's tie it to the mycelium infections, but maybe it would work better as a one-off, so we'll see. Mushrooms and fungi, yeah, they're really good aesthetics. They work well with horror too. They are whole vibe for sure. How long ago did we finish this edit? I've just been staring at it for the whole time. Let me jump into camera mode. There we go. I'll let you see the reflection there in the corner. Yeah, I'm glad to take a little time to work a bit on the main series, because, you know, lately between other personal projects and commissions, which took a few weeks last month, I haven't had a lot of time for it, so it's good to just get some time for that. Maybe later in the week and next week we might get some SCP things to do, so it's good to like get it out of the way first before we run into more commissions. And after that, depending on how many commissions I get for the SCP contest, for the 7,000 contest, I might or might not open commissions, but I probably will sometime next month. So I'll just probably open some more personal slots. Food and art material, yes. Is real world object, hell no. Fair enough. Oh my god, I had, okay, let's get into philosophy for a second, into morals. I had one of those very annoying Twitter conversations. I'm not going to pull it up because I don't want to show the person's username. Obviously, I don't want people to throw hate at them. So just to explain the situation quickly, if you've seen the last edit I posted, that's the Megalomorpha one. This one here. So a random person asks, is this a real family that you took a picture of? I'm like, because that seems pretty disrespectful to me. I'm like, it's just a public domain image from an unknown family. We don't even know who they are. And it's from the 1910s. So none of these people are alive today to be offended by it. And they were like, but it's still like, they said something to the effect of, you're pulling these people out of their graves to turn them into lore for an internet creepypasta or something like that. Like, it was really aggressive and weird. I didn't interact with this person further. I just kind of ignored, because I don't engage in people who engage in bad faith. But yeah. What do you think are the morals of using a photo and the likeness of a person like this from, you know, random family from Mexico in the 1910s for an art project? Obviously I do it, so for me it's morally, I don't think there's a problem. I think it's slightly a gray area, because of course these people have families and memories and have lived their lives, but I'm not presenting them as them. I'm changing their names, giving them a story, even in this case changing the likeness. I edited their facial features to make them look like sick. I'm presenting it in a completely different context. If someone did that to my grandfather, if there was a public domain image of him on the internet, would it weird me out a little? Maybe, but I wouldn't mind. If it was my living grandfather, maybe I'd say, oh, okay, that's a bit weirder. Like, I don't want him to see it. but you know, if they're dead like this, they don't have the possibility of being offended. The picture is in public domain. No public relatives have requested to take the pictures down. It's free real estate. Yeah, if tomorrow someone comes up to me and says, hey, that's my grandfather there, and I wouldn't like you to use that image, I would respect that. I would delete it and re-upload it, like change, use a different image and put the mosquito on there and just change the story slightly to adapt. And I wouldn't mind. Yeah, but apart from concerns of culture, like if you're representing the culture well, because I think that was like some people in the comments, in the replies, started engaging this person. I didn't reply anymore, but some people started like arguing with them, which was silly because nobody changed their mind. It's one of the silly internet arguments. And one of their, I just read through it, but one of their, like, someone said, hey, they're literally like represented Mexican culture well, etc. And they were like, it's not about culture, their arguments. It's about, you know, these specific people's memory, or like lives or memories. Yeah, someone else said, and I talked about this with some friends on a Discord server, and just like commenting on the situation, and they said like, this person is also like, if you're pulling these people out of their graves to do a story on them, this person is also pulling these people out of their graves to put their moral stance, like give them their moral stance, which is, if one is fucked up, the other one is as well, right? They should be equally frowned upon, which is fair enough. They would complain about every single photo existing in the public domain. I don't think it's about public domain either. Like, I think they would have the same. I'm playing devil's advocate here. I don't agree with this person, obviously, but it's fun to play devil's advocate. If this photo was licensed to me directly by some company, like, it's not about public domain at all. It's like using a person's likeness in a horror story. For me, the first thing I thought is like, wait until this person finds out about historical fiction and people who write entire books with historical characters and turn them into fictional characters by they input, like, they turn them into characters with put words in their mouth, essentially. Isn't that exactly as bad? Well, is one worse than the other? They should be exactly the same, right? So if this person's moral stance is you can't use those photos for a horror story, that also discredits the entire genre of historical fiction, or like any case of using a historical figure in a story. And in that case, I think it would even be worse because you were using that person's name and memory. Like you are using a real person. Here I'm just using a likeness, but I'm not giving them names. I'm not giving them the real names because I don't even know them. They're an anonymous family, as far as I know. Has this person heard of Hamilton? True, exactly. You could say exactly the same arguments about Hamilton. So obviously the argument was kind of in bad faith, because it's not really a moral stance. You're saying it specifically bothered them because it was horror, essentially, because it was, in their words, a lore for an internet creepypasta, like turning their memories into lore for these people into lore for an internet creepypasta, which shouldn't matter what genre you're doing in this case. I think Hamilton is exactly the same, honestly. Hamilton is even worse because it uses these people's names. So it's silly, obviously. It's just I thought let's run it through chat, see what people think. Obviously people were tearing them down in the replies, and I don't think I saw a single person agree with their argument, but hey, it's still like a question to ask. If you do it in a nuanced way, if you do it in bad faith, it's never going to be a good argument. But interesting little thought experiment, I guess. If it's out of living memory, it's fair game. Yeah, I get that. As Mexican myself, I think I did a good job with the Uncle Alfredo story. Thank you. There was the one sticking point that I couldn't really get around, was that these people being like natives or like indigenous looking, how did they have an hacienda? Which I ended up not using the word hacienda at all, because, you know, that it would make even less sense. But how did they have terrains and like crops, etc.? Which I couldn't really get around. It happens around the time of the Mexican Revolution, so after the Mexican Revolution they could have had that. But before, because the haciendas were outlawed after, like the system of haciendas were outlawed. But before that, like how did they have this house for generations? Doesn't make sense. I don't know. The justification, quote unquote, that I used is that they've always, like, even before the Spanish conquest, they've had, like, they were powerful locally, and the Spaniards, instead of like they did during the conquest a lot, instead of like destroying every single power structure, they would take the people that were already in power there, that supported them, and they were like, okay, you convert to Christianism, you change your name to Count or whatever like power structure there was, and you can keep going, right? You can just keep ruling over your lands as long as you pay us taxes. Like, they did that a lot, so I figured, okay, it could be a family that just stuck around from centuries. Could be. Also, there's a tie. There's a really like little tidbits that I added during the story. It was a bit of a last minute thing, but I added this shrine, and like meant to be a little shrine in the corner of the house. And in here, there's a very old drawing from the 16th century, I think, from a codex about, you know, the ways of life of pre-Hispanic people. And I just edited this one to have a huge bug in it. So the assumption is that, you know, maybe this Tío Alfredo is not only from the time of their great-grandfathers. Maybe Tío Alfredo's been there for literally hundreds of years. So yeah, that's a historical tidbit about the Uncle Alfredo story. Hate it when something makes historical figures act like fictional characters and masquerade that story as factual. It's way worse than this. Yeah, it would definitely be a different story if I was trying to masquerade it as real. That's a moral line right there. But maybe this person actually thought, because they were not following me, right? there were a random person that probably came across a post without context on the internet. Maybe they thought I was trying to spread it in earnest as misinformation or whatever. Some people think that. You can say whatever about their critical thinking skills, but some people do come to believe that after I see my posts. Write this down my philosophy course next semester. A nice little thought experiment. Interesting to think about. I'll tell this person about Miss Peregrine's Home for Peculiar Children. Exactly the same. People on the internet are weird. That's one of the conclusions I think we can draw here. There's a small amount of people that would genuinely believe it to be real. Yep, I get those. Every time a post goes viral somehow. I think it tends to happen around the 1,000 retweet mark. It's not always that, but that's more or less the overall. If something reaches more than 1,000 retweets, that's usually the metric I look at. I just tend to look at that one number because I hate to get obsessed with numbers. But around that metric is when a post usually explodes outside my bubble being people who know what I do, people who like horror and this kind of storytelling in general. That audience that will see this and will instantly know, okay, this is a horror story. They don't need to do that thought process. Once it blows up more than that, it'll start reaching people who have never seen my work, who don't see it in the context of horror art, and to them, this is just another random post they came across the internet. Maybe the algorithm threw it at them, maybe a follower that does like horror, but that kind of spread it, that retweeted it, but is not known to post horror, so their audience doesn't know, doesn't see it in context. And within those people, most will still get it, but a small percentage of those people will believe it to be either real or me earnestly trying to spread misinformation. So you get both of those people. Most of the comments I'll get, especially in the posts that appear at first glance more realistic, even if to me they don't, I guess to some people they do. Like the mushroom face, a lot of people thought that was real. A lot of people. And I got a lot of comments saying, oh my god, I thought this was real until I checked the comments, or until I checked the thread, or until I saw your profile or whatever. A lot of people earnestly thought it was real for minutes, right? Or I thought it was real until I Googled it. I get a lot of comments like that. And yeah, I think the smallest minority is the people who think I'm actively spreading misinformation. It has happened a few times, and it's always funny. The internet has bridged the gap, and we meet too many different kinds of people in a very short amount of time. Hard to compute. Yeah, I think especially when a post goes quote-unquote viral, or it reaches escape velocity, like it just escapes the bubble of people who like horror, you tend to get a lot more of this type of reaction. I do genuinely appreciate the disclaimers that your art is Photoshop. Makes it a lot better for people who might deal with paranoia. Yeah, I always I don't tend to put down the first post, because first and foremost, I usually have run out to the limits of words where I only have 1 or 0 characters left in a tweet. That's how tightly I write things, because you need to put a lot of information in a very short amount of space. So I just wouldn't have space, first and foremost. And second, I think it just adding a disclaimer up top ruins that first shock or strangeness of the experience. But under the first tweet, or under the thread, if it's a full thread, I'll always say something that makes it clear that it's Photoshop, like this part of the series, or oh, you can buy prints, or you can see more of my work here, the type of thing I do. Even sometimes when a lot of people believe it, like the mushrooms, I'll explicitly say it is Photoshop, don't worry. Because yeah, when it reaches that escape velocity, you never know who will come across it. And even with that, even with all the disclaimers, even making it as clear as possible, even having arts in the name, and literally the first words in my profile being I make Photoshop art or Photoshop stories. I don't recall how I worded it, but still, even with that, even with everything put in front of them, a lot of people will not read it, will like focus on that first post and will think it's real. It happens. Would it fuck with me even with logical knowledge that it wasn't real? That's fair enough, yeah. I've even told some people that said, hey, your posts stress me out. I just told them like block me too, so you won't see them if my post cause you any amount of stress. Please block me, like I don't want you to suffer because of me. Have you ever been worried about your creations going down the path of Trevor Henderson's, like super mainstream? I feel like Trevor has a few specific creatures that are super mainstream that have been kind of tainted in that way. Not tainted. I think they're still like cool creatures, but they now have a whole lot of baggage that Trevor didn't create. Like they have this whole, you know, lore, or the people created for it, and it just gets added as baggage. I think that kind of sucks. I know Trevor really like doesn't like it at all. On the one hand, I think it's probably I'm not gonna put it's not Trevor's, right? I'm just thinking of myself in this situation. I would probably it would probably be a bit conflicting. On the one hand, I would probably feel like, oh, you know, this thing I made has brought me a lot of success. People really like it. On the other, it's kind of annoying or sad to see people like misusing your creation or trying to benefit from things you created, to the point where there's a million fake or bootleg plushies or costumes or whatever else of Siren Head, that kind of thing. That just sucks. I feel like that would make me sad. But on the other hand, you say, okay, this also brought me a lot of success. I would probably just keep my head down and, well, I would do two things. First, I would keep my head down and I would keep making original stuff. Like all the stuff and people who discovered me, I hope that people discover me through the popular thing and then just keep making my own thing. Don't let myself get bogged down by that one specific thing that became popular. On the other, I would probably find some company and sell off the rights to that thing. Like, honestly. I would take my, like, imagine I create a potato head. It's a creature that I just created. Okay, it's very scary, very scary. I would just take, you know, a studio and say, hey, I'm selling you the rights to Potato Head. Do whatever. Just give me royalties and bye. And you can just keep doing your own thing. Pretty cold-hearted answer, but honestly, right? If something becomes massively like mainstream popular, why not? Let me catch up. Sora sharing this. Yeah, I love that. It's become a recurring bit where Sora starts replying to people that go, is this real? And uses the exact same screenshot of my profile every time. With the highlighted Photoshop. Your Twitter followers should do helpful red circles and the unaltered bit of photos. Val is a bit safer in the sense that Val doesn't really have creatures per se. True. I do have some, but I don't think I have creatures in the same way that Trevor has that have the potential of becoming like big quote-unquote creepypasta things spread around the internet. I don't know. But at the end of the day, it's not only creatures that can go viral, right? Like maybe one day Megalomorpha will blow up because a YouTuber will make a video about it, and suddenly it's everybody. It's the same concept, quote unquote, but with a whole story instead of with a creature. That could potentially happen. I feel like it would be the most likely path for my stuff, since I tend to focus a bit more on stories than on specific creatures. Potato Head. Megalomorpha plushies. I contacted a plushie company a while ago, but I think they pick, and they do these timed kind of pre-order runs for plushie, and then we'll just create as many as were pre-ordered. So it's kind of like a limited thing. I've seen other artists do it, and they always come up with really cute plushies. They make them like specifically based on your art, right? They'll just hire someone to create a plushie, and it's quite nice. But they never replied to me. I should ask them again, because they probably prioritize clients that do have more of a following, so that they have more chances to succeed on the crowdfunding part of it, I guess. I asked them a few months ago. Maybe I could ask them again, because I now have more followers. Maybe they would listen now. Megalomorpha plushies would be fantastic. Fractal plush, that I don't think they would do that. That's too complicated. They'd probably just say nope. Save reminder, thank you. Although I think I've already saved this particular version. Giant microbes, mosquito plush. Let me see, it's not loading for me. Oh, there it is. That's cute. Mosquito plush. Megalomorpha plush might be fun. Maybe mock plush though. A mountain creature got running behind Google car. Tio Alfredo IRL. A reminder to save yourself from fractalization. Also, you know what I should do? Now that I have a big bottle, that's gonna be my main one, because this one, the problem is this one's quite small. This one's just much bigger. So I'll be using this one for streams from now on. I'd like to fill it with stickers, so I'll start finding cool artists and buying stickers from them. And hopefully one day it'll be full of stickers and it'll be cute. We'll see. Also, nice little way to support other artists, even if though it's just a small amount every time. It's still like quite nice. I love a mock plush. It would be very fun, a mock plush. Just a little guy with two little legs running. Can't fail with that. Oh, Fresno Nightcrawlers? Yeah. I took the SCP 6789 slot so people would stop saying it was Sirenet. Did people say that? I had no idea. Nightcrawler plush and mock plush. I feel like Terry the Meat Planets, even though it might be a bit niche, because it's been, well, it's still one of the emotes from the channel. But Terry the Meat Planets, for those that may not know it, is this lovely fella. Would make a fantastic plush. It's just a circle, it's a sphere with meat textures and like little eyes bulging from it. It would probably be a fairly easy plush to make. I love putting lots of stickers on things, it's fun. It is. Yeah, that's what I'm planning to do with this. Eventually, I will get there. Terry would work as there's plushies that have the transparent thing. Oh, like La Ventosa. I know what you mean. Those, yeah, I don't know the word in English. What if you completely covered it with googly eyes? I mean, I do have the googly eyes. The problem with them is that the back of the googly eyes is flat and this is rounded. So you can't completely, and it's quite hard. So you can't bend it to the shape. So I don't know, it would probably only work with the small googly eyes since they would have more contact or percentage of contact with the bottle. And even with that, they might fall eventually. But yeah, we can add a real life googly reward at some point. I'll note that down to do it later. Edu, another Edu, welcome. Yeah, we'll add real googlies to the point rewards, why not? Deveption, welcome as well. Anyway, Terry the Meat Planet would be a fun plush. Also, Terry the Meat Planet is based. We all know that. That's... I don't recall why we made Terry the Meat Planet based, but we love them. Good canvas for googlies, true. Or we could have a googly owl. A googly owl plushie. I wonder what that would look like. I mean, it wouldn't be as fun as without working googly eyes, but it's a plushie, so you can't really do that. But plushie googly owl could be something, right? Just a mess of wings and a bunch of googly eyes. Is the planet a bad guy? Not really. Just a little planet floating around in space, eating asteroids to get iron for its blood. That's it. Cleans up the place. Plush googly owl would be fun. Or like a tighter, like a more compact googly owl, like the one in the emote. Where it's just a little bit, everything is a little bit rounded and cuter. Open in plush. Oh yeah, something like that. Yeah, that's the company I contacted. So they do that. They do like timed campaigns. So yeah, that would be fun. One day, perhaps. I'll try and contact them again at some point. Make a plush. Official Val plush. Also, I feel like in terms of merch, and I'll probably do that at some point, I might start doing, instead of just having a merch store that's just owned by this company, doing like personalized, limited run merch drops, essentially. So like, okay, so I'll have this one up for pre-orders, then I'll make as many as people pre-order, send them out, and do all of that myself or with some friends' help to essentially not have like a middleman in there, and it also makes it into a bit of an event. So yeah, maybe I'll at some point I'll start doing merch drops instead of having that little merch store where they barely give you anything for each item you sell. It's kind of scammy. But yeah, I think I've rambled for long enough though. We've done our fractal person here. It's been a fun one. I think we'll leave it at that. Sora's going for the eye drop, so bye, Sora. Let me quickly check if there's anyone cool to raid. Oh, Shen is streaming. Okay, let's go check out Shen's stream. What is he? Streaming art too, it seems like. Oh, Shen is drawing monsters. Oh, that's definitely gotta go raid him. Yeah, okay, let's do that then. Let me hit the raid here. Okay, Mactol, sounds good. You have a good night. Guys, thank you very much. I hope you have a fantastic time zone wherever you are. I will see you back on Wednesday and we'll be doing a no zoom edit, so check it out.